Well, all right. Welcome, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy mother frickin' Friday. We made it. We got there. It's been a week, but we're freaking here. Hello. Welcome. Happy end of your week. Hopefully. Happy Friday. Happy payday for some of you guys. Happy it's just fucking Friday. I work tomorrow for some of you. But if that's the case, I hope that this can be a wonderful reprieve and help you escape for a couple of hours so that you can have a good time and let your troubles go for a little bit and then jump back in tomorrow, newly refreshed and back to full strength. Either way, I hope it's been a good Friday for you. Welcome. I hope you're having a good day today. I'm doing okay. Welcome. Who all is here, by the way? Welcome, Colorfinger. Welcome, Lays. Welcome, Cav. Welcome, Poison Gecko. Welcome, Go-Go. Welcome, Mitchell. It's court night. Let's fucking go. Welcome, Moldy Lamaine. Soon. It's good to see you, friends. How are you? Welcome. Dempsey, Violet, Peanut. Welcome to my channel for the very first time. How's it going? We have new friends here. We love new friends here. I hope you're having a great time. Thanks for waiting, by the way. Rail, welcome. Ravenscride, welcome. Big Neil and Zuffins. Hey, Flysheep Mutton, welcome. So, if you're new here, at least one of you is, my name is Melizand. You can call me Mel. I'm a professional voice actor. I'm a pre-debut VTuber. You might not know that from tonight because tonight's gonna get silly. We do a lot of fun things on this channel. I'm a variety streamer. I stream about 5 to 6 nights a week. I play a lot of single-player games, PvE shooters, puzzle solving, you name it. A lot of Destiny, a lot of Baldur's Gate lately. Lately, we've been on Terraria binge, but Friday, she says as she walks away from the mic, Friday is the Ace Attorney stream wherein your girl voices every single character. Content warning? I don't know. That means that I voice the really high voice younger characters and I voice the really big characters because I got a wide range and I can be super growly when I need to be. It's gonna be fun. We've been doing this for months now and we are going to be starting Turnabout Beginnings, the second to last case of the third title, Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, this evening. And it's a bit of a shorter one, so I think we can knock it out first try. It should be kind of fun. It's gonna be interesting. I've been looking forward to this one. It's a bit of a shorter case, but it's interesting. And with any luck, it'll be less torturous than last one. We had our last case, recipe for Turnabout. I made some mistakes. I chose some character voices and decided to live with them that were fucking nightmares. But this one should be a little bit more straightforward. And I'm looking forward to getting back to the basics and not having to do weird drag queen French and what was the other one? And that big growly old man. This should be a little bit more chill. Lano, welcome as well. Welcome. Take a seat. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Let me go ahead and put my normal thing in there. This is a light performance stream. Apologies if I miss your message. No spoilers / back seating pulls with not one but 2 exclamation points. I don't know why, that suddenly made me think of those Papa John's commercials with that kid doing all the, all like the pizza monologues. With not one but a second! Exclamation point on the end. Bam! This is gonna be a good night tonight. Hello! Hey, so, couple of things. I'm not gonna belabor the intro this evening. I want to get into it, and I want to get into it fast because I've been looking forward to this week. And let me tell you, it's been a fucking week. Oh, it's been a rough week. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to get by. Last night was a rough night. Everything on the news is fucking terrible. I need an escape. I need to get away from that bullshit and just tell stories and have fun, which is my favorite thing to do in the world. And you know what? If weeks go by where no one wants to let me do it, I gotta let me do it. And that's why Fridays exist. And we have fun here. It's campy, it's anime as fuck, but it's my favorite night of the week. It's my favorite stream all week. So I don't want to belabor the point. A couple of ground rules. Ground rules. Nice English, Mel. Yeah, I can't read. So there are going to be mistakes throughout the night. We take a lot more 3-minute breaks on Friday nights than other nights. It does a couple of things for me. It gives me the ability to take care of my voice, because this is a very vocally intensive stream every Friday. Usually it's anywhere from 5 to 7 hours of hardcore voice acting. Most of the time when you work professionally, you're not voicing every character, you voice one character. But when you do 6 to 7 hours of every single part of your vocal range, it gets rough. So 3-minute breaks let me take a little bit of extra time to recharge, rest my voice. I'm drinking a lot of water. I've got a big thing of hot water here. I've got a big thing of Advanced GG just so I have a little caffeine. And that means I gotta pee a lot too. So it's gonna help me do that. So this is me in advance asking your forgiveness for a shitload of commercial breaks. Just know I don't do this without you guys, okay? So I will never take a break without me getting up as well. If I fuck that up, we've got an emote for that. Misfits, can you hit my chat with that real quick? We have an emote for that you can spam just for following me, and it will let me know I fucked up, and I will stop and wait for you because I don't want anybody left behind on the story. Everyone, followers, subbies alike, I want to make sure that you can be here for this. So I will always do my best to take a break. And, oh no, there are ads, but it's okay. I'm not here either. You haven't missed anything. Second, people ask me if, I'll say things in certain character voices. And so to that I say, yes, you can buy that. If you have a specific line, something super say-so, super sus, as long as it doesn't get my stream shut down or get too creepy, you can get it for 200 bits. I ask you to do one thing. Drop the bits, drop the line separately. I can do it in the voice of any current character in the game, okay? Drop it in a separate message because we don't need to hear Brian say it. I'm about to say it anyway. We don't need to hear the text-to-speech version, okay? If we're in the middle of like a really, important moment in the story or a really specific exchange, I'm probably going to wait, but I'll get to it ASAP, okay? I'm just snapping. Sorry, you just hear snaps coming out of my mouth. That's weird. Isn't that weird? And that's it. Otherwise, I expect this stream to run probably a good 5 hours or so. It's a bit of a shorter one, so we'll see if we can get it done sooner. If we get done super soon today, then maybe we'll jump into Terraria and just kind of mess around and relax at the end of the night. But otherwise, if it runs the full length, I think it'll be a little bit of a shorter case tonight, and then I'll let y'all go and you can, I don't know, go sleep, go eat something delicious for me. Go take care of yourselves, all right? All right, my loves. So this is how we're going to do this. I know we just had an ad, I know, but we're going to get started quick tonight. Let's launch the game up. I'll get the game music going. I'll get it adjusted so I can see it on my screen. And then I will do one more quick 3-minute break. That'll be your last opportunity if you need to grab a drink, if you need to stretch your legs, if you need to take your meds, if you need to hit the restroom, if you need to walk your dog. You'll have 3 minutes to do it. Then the house lights will come down. Find your seat and the show, if that's what you can call this thing, will begin. All right, my loves. Let's get the game open. I have been looking forward to this night all week. I'm so excited about this. Every Friday. Every Friday is so great. Huh? There we go. Let me just make sure I can see it now because it does this weird thing where it's halfway off my screen unless I adjust it. Even fake adjust it. All right, my loves, I'm gonna hit the 3-minute button one more time. This is your last break before we begin, and then we will start Turnabout Beginnings, okay? I'll see you in just a few. Go, 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 go. As Taliesin would say. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for waiting. Shall we dive into it tonight? Let's see what Turnabout Beginnings has in store for us, shall we? I don't know why I saved it in slot 4 versus slot 3, but here we are. The girl. Let her go! Yelling, apparently. Shut up! Come closer, and I'll kill her! Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Okay. What? I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Fugitive data. Name Terry Falls. Charge kidnapping, murder. Sentence death penalty. Fugitive movements. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Her very first client was a death row inmate who'd recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Six years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. And can I just stop you right there for a second? I'm sorry. The big, powerful attorney mentor, experienced pro mentor of Phoenix Wright was a lawyer with 1 year's experience. I feel like that explains so much about this game and the shit Phoenix gets away with in the courtroom. His mentor had 1 year on the bar. But I know. They're probably trying to gloss over that number and pretend that that's a long period of time. Sorry, that's the second time I've done this case, and it's the second time that number's caught me off guard of like, oh, I'm sorry, he's working in her office, mentoring under her, and her first case was 1 year before his first case. And she's like, powerful, mature, experienced Mia Fey. Like, excuse me? Anyway, here we are. The intros to the cases always fly without my ability to control them. So I'm always like flying by the seat of my pants to quickly figure out who's speaking, what the intensity is, what the stakes are. But welcome. A death row inmate who kidnapped and ran with someone named Valerie Hawthorne, eventually killing her after being caught up with 8 hours later. Let's see where this takes us. Hey, Maddie. Hey, Baffle. February 16th, 9:24 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 4. Also, can we talk? No spoilers. Why is Phoenix reviewing this case? What is that bed he's in? Is that his bed? It looks kind of like a hospital bed. But I guess we'll find out more later. Ugh, I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna die. Isn't that the first thing Phoenix said? Isn't that like literally the very first thing Phoenix says in the first game? I feel like that was the first thing I had Phoenix say in this series. Ugh, I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna die. I never should have accepted this case. Good morning. Oh, Don't be so jumpy, Mia.
I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't kill nobody.
Terry Falls, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago. And now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. Why'd you escape anyway? Oh, eek, I'm sorry, I am sorry.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere.
But, Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago.
Sorry. I told a little lie.
Oh boy.
But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody.
Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? I'm really, really, really sorry.
They sentenced me to die 5 years ago. But I was tricked, I tell you.
I'm trying to find his voice. I don't know what to do for him. Originally, I thought he was going to be stoic and cold, but now they're writing him a dialect. So I'm trying to figure out what it's supposed to be.
That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it, I didn't kill her. I could never do that.
2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman?
Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped.
So that much is true. You did meet with the victim.
But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive, it's true.
I can trust him, right? I mean, I should.
Ha!
I know exactly who this is, and some of you don't. That's why I already know who it is. That's why I already know what the voice is. Oh, you misfits are in for a treat.
Ha! You're not gonna figure out the truth just by staring at the guy.
Why are you here?
I came to see our little kitten. I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big, scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with.
Where's Mr. Grossberg?
Ha! That old man is probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando.
I didn't say... So, you're Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me?
No. You've got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take...
That's not how the line's written.
After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine an escaped death row convict for a first client.
Yeah, Thanks. Oh, I sure wish I could get out of it, though.
Ha! Relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well.
I feel like I'm crunchier for Gatto. More so than usual. We'll find him.
The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well.
Ooh, really?
However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation as a genius since beginning his law career.
Genius?
Well, it's about time we head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time. Transmat firing.
A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him. But not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple, childlike voice, okay, we're gonna make some adjustments. I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. February 16th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 4.
Hey, court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls even. Hey, how about that, eh?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Look at that innocent, baby-faced boy. Look at him. He's so shiny and new. He's so fresh and pure and probably still in his evil phase.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fang.
Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
So you're the new prosecutor everyone's talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age.
At 20, Your Honor. I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh?
Still with the coffee. Come on, Mia. You can't lose. Not to someone younger than you.
Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon, is that correct?
Precisely.
But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death. You got it, kitten? Oh, well then. Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old.
A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted.
Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. A witness's testimony? The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted his criminal. The person who confronted this criminal.
She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him.
I can English.
She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. So Ms. Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be... Exactly. The victim. The same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Aha! I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago. With only one thing on his mind, to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now. Wait, I'm sorry. Is this guy fucking Luke at me? What is this? The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty.
Objection!
Wait a minute. That's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. Watch yourself, Ms. Fay. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why you? You're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I called the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation to the case. I gotta tie my hair back, it's getting in my face. Please be Gumshoe, please be Gumshoe, please be Gumshoe. It's Gumshoe! Is his jacket different? Wait a minute, does he have like a pure khaki colored jacket instead of the usual green one? And otherwise he looks the same, doesn't he? I wonder if he has the Band-Aid. Maybe he's missing the Band-Aid. I want to see what else is different about him. Witness, state your name and occupation. He still has the Band-Aid. He still looks identical. He still looks identical except the jacket color. Here, Gumshoe. Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. I finally got promoted to Detective Division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, ma'am! You got any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Excuse me? No, seriously, my heart, it's aching for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Nice. Casual sexual harassment. Let's go. Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Oh, yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Oh, yes, sir. I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under this is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met here, on top of the bridge.
After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to get, hang on, let me try that again. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir.
I see. Dusky Bridge map, located 40 feet above Eagle River, added to the court record. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge?
The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge.
Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. Let me try that again. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there.
Your Honor. If you would listen to the testimony we've prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. I'm sure that you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I was some hoser. Hoser, okay. I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Here we go, Mia. Hang on.
Okay, now. Listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake, and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me, and get ready.
Summary of incident.
All right, on the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. Murdered.
Nice.
And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at the police checkpoint. We set up, I'm starting, but I didn't know where the sentence was going. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain.
Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge.
Naturally.
Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination. Coming right up.
Hey. Settle down there, kitten. If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee.
I'm not trembling. It's just cold in here.
The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, all right? Especially for a beginner.
I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness. Everyone's a beginner here.
Ha! You got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you got, kitten.
Why the long pause before kitten? That sounds like a threat.
And show them what you got, kitten.
It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching.
On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet.
This unknown person. You have no idea who it might be, right?
Sorry, but I'm afraid I do.
What?
The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls.
Wait, what? The defendant? The defendant called her?
Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call with Mr. Falls.
A note?
Yeah, a top secret memo that she left in her desk.
Victim's note added to the court record. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Let's take a look at this real quick. Confidential materials written by the victim. February 14th, Valentine's Day. Although, not in Japan, I don't think. Falls, 4:30 p.m. at that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Dahlia Hawthorne was the criminal in the first case of this title. Phoenix Wright's girlfriend, so to speak, that tried to poison him to death after murdering someone. Assuming that's the Dahlia we're talking about. So Dahlia Hawthorne, ex of Phoenix Wright, although they haven't met yet. This is before that case. Future ex-girlfriend. There goes my future ex-girlfriend. She's sweet as a rose. Yes, she is. Future ex-girlfriend of Phoenix Wright, future murderer of Phoenix Wright's friend, and future attempted poisoner of Phoenix Wright. Possibly is involved in this case. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her the truth must finally come out. We've got the bridge. We've got a distance of 5 yards, which is about the exact same distance as the gap in the bridge. And I feel like that's gonna come in handy. We can pretty much ascertain that that's a 5-yard gap in the bridge. Cars parked on this side, bridge is out on this side. So unless someone can jump 5 yards, no one's going out that way. So we gotta keep that in mind too. Hi, Dahlia, welcome. Stabbed with a knife in the back, died from blood loss between 4 and 5 p.m. Stabbed with a knife in the back. So again, if we find out that the victim was here and the killer was by the car, we'll have to question how she was stabbed in the back when there's nothing but a gap between her and the end of the bridge. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but just stuff to keep in mind. My client sentenced to death 5 years ago escaped from custody 2 days ago. Did he press himself through razor wire? What the fuck happened to him? Valerie Hawthorne. Also a Hawthorne, so the police officer possibly related to the criminal from the first case. Police officer and the victim. The key witness in the case against Falls 5 years ago. Diego Armando, a hotshot lawyer, my senior and rival at the office, a bit smug. Who is definitely not Gatto. Before he had ghost white hair and a visor covering his face. Miles Edgeworth, age 20, dubbed a genius as soon as he started as a prosecutor. Today is his court debut, and Dick Gumshoe, homicide detective in charge of the initial investigation, still new to his position. The person that Valerie Hawthorne spoke to on the phone was definitely Terry Falls. Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? Ha! Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. It's that detective's fault. He's the one who said unknown person. Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to. I told you Edgeworth was still in his early evil phase. Okay, so we have to get ready for Edgeworth fabricating evidence, prepping the fucking witnesses to withhold information. I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to. Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. A bridge up in the mountains? But why meet there? Because it's a very important place to the defendant. That's why. What do you mean by that? If you remember 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto a bridge and it was there that he was killed. He was chased onto a bridge and it was there that he killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge. The very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Mr. Falls. Ha! Returning to the scene of the crime. How nostalgic. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. Was the body of the victim discovered right away? Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within an hour of the murder. It was great. We even got to say, "Don't move!" Ooh, I just hit my microphone, I'm sorry. We even got to say, "Don't move!" We got you surrounded. It was awesome. Wait a second. Isn't there something weird about that? The location of a suspension bridge up in the mountain. Oh man, I am just unable to read lines correctly tonight. Hold on a second, let me take a sip of water and let's try that again. Reading comprehension, Melly, come on, you got this. The location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right? Ha! If that's what had happened, then she wouldn't have been killed. She never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but she left a note on her desk about it. If only I'd noticed it earlier. I mean, maybe she'd still be alive. I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone. The criminal stuffed her body in his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls had a car then. Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? What, you mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves? I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure about anything? Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? One more time. Is this guy sure how he feels about anything? This is a photograph of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable. Crime photo added to the court record. So I have some thoughts immediately. So let's take a look at this real quick. So this is a shot of the car that was stolen by Terry Falls. There's a bullet hole or something where the key to the car trunk should be. I feel like, okay, I don't feel like I know any cars that have like a keyhole on the back of the car. Maybe that's an older thing. Or maybe that was just the latch. But for whatever reason, like the latch, the keyhole, whatever, there's a bullet hole going through it. That's strange. Also strange is if they both met at the top of the mountain, how did she get there? You'd almost think they went together, right? So they either caught the same car and he picked her up and brought her there, having kidnapped her, or maybe they agreed to go under like a positive pretense. Or did she walk there? It's way up in the mountains. They've already established there's no reason he should be there, like without a vehicle. Like there's no way he'd get there normally. So how did she get there if he got there by car? Hey, Maya. The victim. She was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. Ha! For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. Look who it is, Maya. We're talking about a woman here. You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? And sans white hair. And sans on the side of the prosecution. Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange, do you? Anyway. Yeah, I do. I sure as fuck do. Hang on. Objection! Oh, fuck you! Well, this evidence establishes the defendant is lying, right? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That is not what I was trying to establish. I'm presenting the photo to demonstrate that there is something wrong with the fucking trunk. It literally says, I don't see anything strange to you. Maybe a press will do it. Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange, do you? Anyway. What did the defendant have to say about this photo? What he always says, ma'am. I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing. That's all he says. Nuttin'. I wouldn't say he did nuttin'. At the very least, we know he stole a car. It's just what he always says, Your Honor, and then he always says... Oh, sorry. Sorry. I told a little lie. How do we want this guy to sound? I don't know what to make him sound like. They said he has a very childlike way of speaking. So, I mean, obviously this feels like, and I'm not gonna do that, but obviously this whole case is a To Kill a Mockingbird. Tribute? Homage? Like, that's the story that we're telling right now, kind of. That's who Terry Falls is. I don't remember the character's name from that story, but it obviously is. I don't recall, but yeah, no, I'm here. Sorry, I was Googling it really quick. Boo Radley? Was it Boo Radley? But that's what they're homaging here. And they've done homages to that in the past. If you remember from the first game, Miles Edgeworth's dad, Gregory Edgeworth, is based on Gregory Peck, who is the actor that played Atticus Finch, the lawyer in To Kill a Mockingbird. So I think this is a similar case of, I want to say Terry Falls is an homage to Boo Radley. And I don't need to do that. I don't know what the fuck to do for this guy though, because they have him talking, they've turned him into such a weird cartoon character, like biting his fucking ball and being like, I'm sorry, I didn't do nothing. We'll find it. We'll find it as we go. All right, and then the next thing he says is, I don't know, let's just try something. Sorry, I told a little lie. Sorry, I told a little lie. I don't know, we'll figure it out. We'll workshop it. Or something like that. Well, in any case, it seems he was caught and arrested. Precisely. Mr. Falls was arrested at the police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. That certainly is some impressive police work. Well, no, actually, it was way too close for comfort. We set up that checkpoint just after 5 p.m. We figured that Mr. Falls might try to run. What do you mean it was too close for comfort? The two of them arranged to meet at 4:30. And it takes approximately 30 minutes to go from the bridge to the checkpoint. Huh. That was kind of close. Any later and Mr. Falls would have slipped right by. Listen up, kitten. There's a big trap waiting for you in this testimony. A trap? Walk into it carelessly, and it'll leave more than just a flesh wound. Fun, huh? No, it's not. Well, if you want to have any chance at all, you'd better get some more information. And if you're gonna get caught in a trap, it's best to get caught early. You can always look for contradictions afterwards. The ever-famous contradictions. I sure hope I can find some of those. Yeah, baby boy Edgeworth with the clean shave, the baby face, the OG jacket that he has framed in some of the other cases. Am I right? All right, on the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. All right, let's take a look here. Let's take another look at the evidence. So we've got the bridge. At that bridge, wear white scarf for identification. You know what? There's no scarf. There's no scarf. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange, do you? Anyway. All right, let's try it again. I was gonna say the hole in the fucking car is strange, but because we only have a knife wound, so where'd the gun come from? But let's do the photo.
Objection!
Witness. What is it? Do you have something to say, Ms. Fay? I'm sorry. I totally forgot what I was gonna say. This is the first time I've actually ever had to address someone like that. Well, you should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Ms. Fay, I'm not sure I like this. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Come on, Mia. Shake it off, you're a lawyer. Detective. Yes, ma'am. This photo. You said that there was nothing particular, You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well, then I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note? It very clearly states, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like. Thus, this special request. I have one very simple question for you, Detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, I didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am. And you stopped there? Well, you should have looked for it. The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I'd expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you are searching so desperately for. Is this one? Is it this one, perchance? Where did you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. Why? Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. That hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. It looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising, it was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth. He was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. The court will accept the scarf into evidence. Worn by the victim at the time of incident, found at Dusky Bridge. And Misfits, I need a handful of Cheez-Its because I haven't eaten today and I think I need to solve that soon. I just realized I've not eaten fucking anything today. Oh my God, don't give her Adderall. I am misspelling everything and I think it's because my blood sugar is low. So we're gonna have a couple of Cheez-Its and then I'm gonna like order some food real quick and then we're gonna keep going. If that's all right with you guys. It just dawned on me as we're doing this and I'm like, what have I had today? Nothing. Cool. All right. No problem, no problem. We can solve this. Hold, please. It's a shorter case anyway. Have you eaten today, Maya? Wait. Okay, cool. Sorry, wrong page. Let's see. Let's do this one. Like a pizza? I'm gonna order a tofu veggie bowl because I love it. So don't worry, I'm taking care of myself. Check out. Any coupons I can use today? Abso-fucking-lutely not. All right, we good with this? We good with this? We good with this? We good with this? Yes, we are. All right, all right, all right. Bam! Food on the way. Let's keep going. Just literally as I'm talking, I'm like, wait, I have not eaten today. I need to solve that before it gets too late. Fuck. All right. 4 more Cheez-Its all at once, and then we'll start. 1 second. And a little water. Okay, so what just happened? She pointed out that there was no scarf on the victim in the trunk. Edgeworth said that he found it himself and kept it to himself so it wasn't presented to evidence. But he did find it. He did find it. So we've fallen into the trap. Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is all right with you, isn't it, Ms. Fay? Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that Ms. Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on the bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten. There's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? Events on Dusky Bridge. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day, unfortunately. It's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that this bridge is very high up. It's about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. Aha! A potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Seems to have been taken by the witness. So as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge. I'm sorry, is it just me? Dip, welcome. Maya, Dip, Ravens, anybody else, back me up here. Does it look like Edgeworth has a filter? Does it look like they put a filter on his ass to, like, digital foundation him? Like, why is he so smooth? What is going on with this kid? I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean, Events on Dusky Bridge. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. Who is this eyewitness? She's a college student. A female college student. That's right. Meaning she's female and a college student, ma'am. She doesn't do well in front of other people, so I came to testify for her. Maybe so, but as the attorney for the defense, I have the right to cross-examine her.
Objection!
For the time being, we're not relying on the witness's statements. That's all. What is that supposed to mean? The prosecution has other, more decisive evidence. Our case doesn't rest on the vague testimony of a female college student. I don't know why I'm just gonna make him sexist like that. A female college... Why? What is going on with this case? A female college student? Who's ever heard of such a thing? It means that she's female and a college student. No! No! Gabe! What the fuck is happening? I'm like, I'm gonna make a joke, and they're like, no, that is the joke. You're doing it right, Mel.
It means that she's female and a college student, sir. If you absolutely must hear her testimony, you'll have to give us a good reason why.
Please tell us about the more decisive evidence in question.
This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir.
The victim is wearing a scarf in the photo, all right. So about the witness who took this photo. What was this person doing all the way in the mountains?
She was taking photos of wildflowers, apparently. There are many unusual types of flora on that mountain, Ms. Fay. People in the area say it's because of the spirits that live there.
Spirits? You know, now that you mention it, this photo, this cloudy fog-like thing, is it a ghost? I don't believe it.
No, Your Honor, no, I don't think it's a ghost. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on.
Drizzling, huh?
That's right. There was a light rain coming down. The whole place was dreary. But not as dreary as the mood that's in this courtroom right now, am I right? Hey, looks like a cold front just moved in. In any case, the point is that the area was quite damp. There was even some fog. I even slipped and fell while I was on the bridge. It was really something. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back.
Is that part of the witness's testimony as well?
Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell right down onto her stomach.
I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal. Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? Or does it mean that you pushed someone down like that once? With his mind-boggling tales and the way he said brutal, I wonder if he's Canadian. What the fuck? What the fuck? Game!
Ha! Save your nasty look for the right person.
Huh?
Take a look. Poor baby. The court record seems to have wet itself.
Hey! Watch where you spill your coffee. The court record, huh?
That must have been when the scarf fell off.
So in other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh?
That's what the witness said. Well, it looks like she didn't remember about the scarf. But from what she said, it sounded like a pretty violent fight, ma'am.
The area was wet with rain. The bridge was probably wet too. Which would explain why the scarf was all covered in mud, but there's something about his testimony that still's bothering me.
Talk about a surprise. I had no idea there was a photo.
So what do I do?
You really still believe him? Mr. Crybaby, I mean?
Of course I do.
So the little kitten believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer's obvious. If what you believe is the truth, then that means that somewhere, hidden in that testimony, is a contradiction.
Yo, okay, so defense attorney Gatto is kind of badass. Kind of sexist, No, a sexist, I don't want to be too harsh on him. Kind of sleazy. Let's go with sleazy. Kind of sleazy, but like seeing him as a defense attorney, kind of cool. That's what I'll give him. That's my write-up at the moment.
One huge contradiction waiting to be discovered. That's your chance.
All right. So, to be fair, I feel like they're apologizing for him here. They're like, a bit smug. Yeah, I would say that that's a bit of an understatement. I like seeing him without the mask, though. It's nice that we're getting, like, flashback Gatto.
Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf. It was drizzling that day, unfortunately. It's hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back.
All right, let's take a look here. What do we have? Shoved her from behind and stabbed her in the back. So we don't have, I swear to God, during the original telling, we had, I'm gonna cheese it real quick. I swear to God, from the original telling, we saw where the victim and the killer were. But in this piece of evidence right now, we don't have locations for them. So I can't use this. I feel like things we're looking for is, it was raining, but like the picture maybe she's not wet, or he shoved her, but that would be impossible because who knows? Stab with a knife in the back. I don't see her wet. I feel like what we're looking for here is if she was shoved from behind into the ground, landed on her stomach, why isn't there mud on her stomach if there's mud on the scarf? That's what I feel like we're looking for here. I'm gonna try that. Objection! Nice. So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct?
Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere.
Ooh, the hair toss! Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere. But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the trunk, I think. He didn't say I think. This is a photo of the victim as they were found in the trunk. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about this photo? What is it about this photo? What is it about this photo that doesn't quite fit with what we already know? It's right there. Naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the contradictions? Sorry, what were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky Bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. That's exactly right. The other day, I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled. I'm sorry, playoff beard? Objection! Is that a sports thing?
I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If Your Honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious hockey beard, there you go, pride of the legal league would be wet, but not muddy.
Fortunately, I have yet to test that, but still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh? Ha! A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like that. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. Here's the evidence. Sorry, I started as the judge and then turned into Mia. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. The evidence is this scarf. It should be obvious. If the scarf fell on the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud.
No, I can't believe I've been outwitted by this novice bimbo.
Hey, same to you, buddy. His Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? All right. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Ha! You're doing pretty well. For a little kitten. Mr. Armando. No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence, it's one of those three. What you said just now, I'm not sure I like that. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over here that said it. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence and the flimsy scam it really is. Yes. The false evidence in this case is... All right, we gotta think this through, Misfits. All right. The witness's photo of them, the body in the trunk, or the witness's testimony. All right, the body in the trunk can't be fake because it's a body in a trunk. The witness's photo can't be fake because it just shows two people standing there. We don't know why it was presented as witness's photo seems to have been taken by the witness. We don't see a murder happening in it, and it's a photo, so it can't be fake. So the thing that has to be fake is the testimony. Like, yes, we have a picture of her in the trunk. Yes, the witness says that they took a photo and there is a photo of them standing on the bridge, but the witness's testimony that goes with it, that she saw the moment of the murder, must be fake, right? It's a no-brainer. Obviously, it's obvious that the witness is suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen?
Yeah, that's what the witness told us.
That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That is true. It's not just true, it's the truth. If there was a truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Huh? Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well. Well, please bring forth your witness at this time. What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. You ready, guys? You ready to find out who it's gonna be? Any guesses? If you haven't played the case before, any guesses? Any guesses who the surprise witness is gonna be? Is it someone we've met before? Coffee weirdo. The prosecution summons the defense attorney right over there to the stand. The coffee weirdo, he keeps calling us kitten. Yeah, it's weird. It's kind of weird. Shall we find out? Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes.
The sealed chair.
How dare she? Angry Weasel, thank you so much for the 4 months. Zentria, I always knew it was you. Oh, I'm sorry. Zentria, I always knew it was you. Zentria truly is the worst, a true scoundrel. No one really liked her. No one really understands her. I prefer Zentria. I prefer Zentria, the streamer. Zentria is just a common criminal. Do you even know what Zentria has done? The victims whose lives Zentria has ruined? Zentria of the Shonen? I swear to God, if I had her number, I'd call her up right now and read her the riot act. Zentria is Meech? It's like the Homestar Runner Homestar version.
You suck.
Well, look at you. You suck. Oh, fuck. It looks like Zentria is here.
Oh. Hi, guys, it's me, Zentria!
What are you doing here? This is my stream. You must get out. I don't know. Let's find out, shall we? Let's see. Imagine it's the supposed victim. What if it's Valerie Hawthorne? A Hawthorne eyewitness, huh? There's that old Homestar Runner where someone misspelled the name, One Angry Weasel, and they invented a character for it. Like, you'd never seen the character before. And so it's like he's reading his emails and he's like,
Dear Strongbad, if you hate Homsar so much, why don't you kill him? From Vinny C.
and this was just literally the person writing in misspelling the name Homestar as Hamsar. So they invented a whole new fucking character that was like a bizarro version of Homestar Runner, who usually sounds like this. And instead of sounding like this, he comes in and he's like, hey, Hamsar! And it's... What is it, Strongbad? Like, complete fucking bonkers off the wall. So I just imagine that, like... Oh fuck, someone's looking to speak to Zentraya. Let me go get Zentraya. Hold, please.
Hello, my name is Zentraya.
Like, what would be, or it'd have to be, would it be another TTS? Like a really bad masculine TTS? Hello, my name is Zentraya. I am the real streamer for VShonen. Thank you for coming to my streams. Don't believe that Zentraya. She is nothing but a liar. Zentraya was always the real streamer. Anyway, I'm sorry, let's stop fucking around. The prosecution calls to the stand the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Oh my god, it's like 4 screens now. They have been holding off. They have been creating anticipation for like 5 exchanges now. Have you noticed that? We're like on our 5th exchange where they're like, that witness. Oh yeah, that witness. We'll call that witness. We'll call that witness. Okay, we're calling that witness. All right, is she here? She's here. We still haven't seen her. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. This bitch. Oh. This is literally the criminal from the first case. So this is a flashback. In the first case, it's a flashback to Mia Fey's second trial case. And during the case, we got the impression that she had history with this woman. She knew her. She knew she was guilty but couldn't prove it. And we knew that they knew each other. This is why. And in that case, Phoenix Wright was on trial for the murder of his best friend, a fellow college student. And it turned out that Dahlia Hawthorne had poisoned his friend and then tried to poison Phoenix, and went away and just gave the most chilling speech at the end. Like, she didn't go out screaming. She didn't go out like lashing out and declaring herself guilty. When she has a moment with this evil glare, and then the trial ends with her basically going, "You'll be sorry." It's so fucking creepy. And so now I guess we're getting the very first case that establishes that history. No. I mean, I think it has to be the Dahlia from the note. It has to be. It has to be. And remember, the note said, I'm sorry, I'm delaying the story. The note said, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. So I wonder if Dahlia was supposed to be at the bridge too. Maybe it's not just the two of them. Or no, that's a note to herself. So she agrees to meet Falls at 4:30 p.m. at that bridge. And then she makes a note to herself, talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. So maybe Dahlia met them at the bridge. Anyway. Oh. When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double and a dozen donut holes. Are we eating a burger and donuts? Is that your lunch, bro? I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite. Hey, not so fast! As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Ms. Fay, you could learn a lot from that young man. If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir? Yes, my dear. This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause. Not at all. It's no trouble at all. Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. No! Fuck you! Fuck you, you're Melissa Foster! We've had this case before. Oh, man. Undermining expectations. The fucking subversion starts. My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student. A freshman in the literature department. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo? Is that accurate? How can you be so mean? Now see here! What are you doing shoving that in her face like that? Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize you. Uh-oh. I don't like the turn this has taken. Is she staring at me? And you would be? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fay. I see. So you are... Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best. Put on a little lip balm. My attempts at being Dahlia are going to make me make so much mouth noise trying to smile through this. Your dasher is nearby, but is having a hard time finding your address. It's literally an apartment building with a number on it. What does that mean? Hey, Misfits, hold on a second. Let me quickly see if they're, like, at the door. All right? I'll be right back in just a second. So I just get a text message, and it's a text message saying, hey, can you open the door and take it? Which, I don't know, in the past they always just leave it on the ground, which, like, I respect the fact that the dude wanted to play it safe and make sure that I got it. It's just a little funny that, like, they always just leave it on the ground, and then this one guy's like, can you open the door and take it? Can you take it? Just take it. Take it. Take it. I mean, you know what? Maybe it's for the best, considering that fucking woman next door has stolen shit from me. All right, let's get back into it. The witness's photograph. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed that there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows that crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police. Well, by the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here. I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs. So you took the photo from that location, eh? I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to. Ho, ho, ho! What a cute camera! Just like its owner. Camera added to the court record with a creepy comment. Small but powerful model. Sure. All right then, Ms. Fay. Time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again, and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. All right, Misfits, we have 8 minutes before I have an ad that I cannot skip. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the ad button right now, and that'll also give me time to just get my food unpacked. And then we'll jump into the testimony, okay? So I'm going to hit the 3-minute button. I'm going to hit the restroom, and then I'll get my food out. If you need to hit the restroom, refill your water, stretch your legs, now is the time to do it. I will see you in a few minutes. Fucking Melissa Foster, am I right? Bold of you to assume I have legs. I guess you're right. That's valid. I could say stretch your legs if you have them. She and Melissa Foster D's nuts. I posted a picture of that food delivery to the void. Where? Where am I looking? All right, I'm getting my stuff out, but wait, is that the photo they sent you? Of it just like in outer space? Misfits, if you want to hop on my Discord and check the kitchen channel, that's where Amelia posted it. That's hilarious. Is that outside the ISS? I gotta get a fork. I'll be right back. All right. Huh. Allow me the honor of taking a quick bite of my food, if that's all right. It's dinner theater tonight, apparently. I know dinner theater is usually you eat while the actors perform. This version of dinner theater is the actors eat while the actors perform. Forgive me. Okay. Take a quick sip of water. The witness's photograph. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wild flowers. Hold it! Did you say wild flowers? Yes. The mountain is famous for its beautiful spring wildflowers. But it's only February. Well, I couldn't wait for spring to come. Oh, I know just how you feel. It's just like when I first started growing this glorious beard of mine. I just couldn't wait, so I wore a dyed blonde Santa beard until mine grew in properly. Would you mind if we got back to the facts of the case, Your Honor? Then I noticed that there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Hold it! Was there anything strange about the two of them? I'm a bad girl. I know I am. It looked like they were having a really serious conversation up there. So I decided to watch them, like some kind of peeping Tom. No, not at all. Everyone is like that. I love watching other people fight too, in fact. I can't get enough of it. Actually, that's why I took this job in the first place. Too much info, Your Honor. In any case, it's perfectly natural for you to have kept watching them. Especially dressed as they were. Well, anyway, I was watching them very closely. Suddenly, they just started fighting. Hold it! Do you have any idea what they were fighting about? No. I have no idea. Why do you ask? Oh, just a thought that maybe you overheard what they said. Huh? I would never eavesdrop. I've got more class than that. Look at the fucking butterflies. That's right, Ms. Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. Why did you take a photo? Well, the two of them were really going at it. Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. I guess that part of me just kind of took over. Sounds like a lie to me. Yes, I understand completely. Even now, I can't completely abandon my boyhood dreams. I still use my grandson to test my comedy routines on. So he wanted to be a comedian, huh? Not that it has any bearing on this. All I could do was use my camera. So I took the photo of the crucial moment and gave it to the police. Who was it that asked if I was hamming it up? Really hamming it up, huh? Listen, if you're gonna make a Disney princess villain, she's gotta act like a fucking Disney princess, right? I'm doing my best to Disney princess the fuck up until she turns into an evil demon. What is full Dynasty Warriors? I don't know if I know what that would sound like. What does that sound like? This is me attempting to do all of the characters that I'm never allowed to voice normally. Tiny little innocent girl. This was Danny Chambers in the anime. I never saw the anime though, so I don't know. I didn't watch her performance, but she's a really talented actor. I love her. Good friend. One more bite, I swear. One more bite. One more bite, that's all I need. Huh. Making my body happy. Thank God for this place. And right after that, I called the police. You called the police? Yes, because it looked to me like the murderer was going to try to escape.
We were already moving before the call even came in. Thanks to the victim's note, we'd already started our operation.
That was certainly tough luck for the criminal, eh? If Terry Falls isn't a criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony.
Be careful, kitten. That girl has the judge wrapped right around her little finger. You're gonna have a tough time poking holes in that testimony of hers.
You're gonna have to come up with something really good, Mia, sorry. You're gonna have to come up with something really good, Mia. All right, what do we have here? Let's see. So weirdly, we still don't have any positions on the map. And the fact that we still don't have a location for the victim or the killer means we can't really use it for positioning reasons. So we know it's Dahlia, but we don't officially know it's Dahlia yet. And by the way, so there's a little bit of like player knowledge, character knowledge going on right now because this case obviously comes after the one where she's convicted for attempting to kill Phoenix and for killing his friend. So even if you're playing this for the first time, you know she's evil. But this is the first time that Mia's meeting her. So we're the only ones that know that she's lying about being called Melissa. Mia doesn't know she's not Melissa, obviously. Oh. Okay. Does that line up with the photo? Kinda lines up with the photo. Took the witness's photo with this, a small but powerful model. So I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. I'm gonna save real quick. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. We still don't know how Valerie got there in the first place. I feel like they probably went together. Then suddenly they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took a photo that shows the crucial moment. Wait a minute. If she hurried to take a photo after they started fighting, does she mean verbally fighting or physically fighting? Because her photo doesn't show fighting for shit. They're just standing there super calmly. And right after that, I called the police. I kind of want to present the photo because it just doesn't seem like crucial anything. Objection! Nice. Witness. When you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally, that's the kind of thing that would refer to as a... Normally, that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see... I'm sorry, Matt Engard music. We're getting the Engard music. Sorry, I know the dialogue's going slow because the food is too good. Well, you see... The photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. Oh, why would he say dough? Let's just go with, oh. My apologies, young lady. But Ms. Fay's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay the situation, can't he? I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up. The film, I mean. You ran out of film? This photo was the last one. What? Unfortunately, that's the truth. I personally examined the photograph she took that day. All of the other photos are of the witness herself playing among the wildflowers. Are of the witness herself? So she spent the whole day supposedly up there just taking selfies of herself in the flowers for an entire roll of film. Good job. Didn't Bo Burnham do a sketch about that? The like white girl summer shit. I swear to God, I've seen that sketch before. I also love the fact that like, she's in the rain in February, excuse me, in February, just taking selfies of herself in the rain. And then she's like, oh, two people on a bridge, they're fighting. One more picture, snap. That's a normal thing normal people do, Mel. I clearly spend too much time indoors. All of the other photos are of the witness herself, playing among the wildflowers. The witness herself? Well, then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So you took the photos of yourself? I remember taking some photos of myself once, too. Please, no details. It seems that Ms. Fay's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait! Just a minute! Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh? Ms. Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet.
Very well, then. Let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed.
Yes, Mr. Judge.
Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. Ha! It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening. And I'm gonna take another bite, because I'm fucking hungry. And it's really good. This fucking woman, I swear to God. Here we go. Okay, so is this? So this was the first one.
I was using my camera to take pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed that there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly they started fighting. The victim turned around and tried to run away, but she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back.
If Terry Falls isn't the criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony. Okay, we've heard that before.
Have we done all of this?
Did you say wildflowers?
Yes. The mountain is famous for... The mountain is famous for its beautiful spring flowers.
Okay, so we've already done this. So what's the new information? Suddenly they started fighting. This is what's new.
The victim turned around and tried to run away, but...
The victim? Why do you think she tried to run away? With her police training, she certainly knew better than to turn her back on a criminal.
Objection!
This was a large, powerful man with a knife. If it had been a quaggy woman like you, I'm sure she would have acted differently. Quaggy? What the fuck does quaggy mean? I'm sorry. Excuse me? Quaggy. Soft and watery? Boggy, marshy, murky, mucky, muddy, sloppy, slowy, soggy, squashy, swampy, and waterlogged wet? You calling me wet, Edgeworth? Flabby or soft, marshy or boggy, sloppy? If it had been a quaggy woman like you, I'm sure she would have acted differently. Quaggy? Why you? If it had been me, I probably would have jumped into the river. There's still something wrong with this testimony. She only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. So you're saying Sergeant Hawthorne wasn't able to get away from him?
Well, it's a narrow bridge, and it was swaying back and forth. If you ask me, both of them were in danger of falling off. I only wish I could have done something to help her.
Oh, that seems to make sense. I wonder about that. Something seems kind of off. Does it now? You have a good sixth sense. When you feel something's off, that's when you need to figure out why. Okay. So she says, the victim turned and ran away, but she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. Stabbed with a knife in the back. 10 yards. Oh, wait! She ran and got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. And yet... Look, she's on the right. She's on the right, and she can't run the other direction because there's a hole. So she ain't running anywhere. How did she run 10 feet and get stabbed in the back?
Objection!
Or not? No. It has to be that. So if it's not that, then it's the map.
Objection!
There we go. Witness, your testimony is a joke. Uh-huh. What? But I just... Ms. Fay, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. One short testimony and 2 bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were 2 contradictions. It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. Excuse me. According to her testimony, the 2 of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim turned around to try to run, well then, she would have hit a dead end. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have ran 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side. I love that. What does all of this mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court?
Objection!
Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So, you're saying... I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous! You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Ha! That guy's good. What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, all right. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward. Well, Ms. Fay, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation.
I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself.
No, it was not your fault at all. Now then, can we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed. All right, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony?
But it's so hard to go on.
Oh, we're all on your side, Ms. Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir.
This bitch. Hey, welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Mochi Slayer and Rose. Welcome. I hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a good time in Baldur's Gate. I'm gonna take a big bite of food real quick. We are going through Turnabout Beginnings, and we are dissecting this bitch, Melissa Foster. I mean, Dahlia Hawthorne. I mean, Melissa Foster. I mean, this bitch. Possibly, by the way, am I off my rocker here? Like, possibly the worst, like, most evil character I think we've ever had in the game. I swear to God. She's like a true lunatic. Yeah, maybe Von Karma. She's at least up there with Von Karma. I love that she's got her little fucking sun umbrella in the courthouse. Also, I don't think they meant it this way, but those butterflies are absolutely going batshit crazy. Oh yeah, Judge is like fucking hungry for her. It's so uncomfortable. All right. Let me take a quick sip of water. This girl's literally been coasting on the fact that she's small and pretty her entire life and has been straight up murdering people.
After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up.
If he accepts this testimony as it is, we're finished.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a real great mocha latte.
This trial isn't over yet.
Ha! That's what I like to hear. All right, Miss Fay, your cross-examination, if you please. Had a good time until the end. So many stream performance issues. Oh God, 3 game crashes, 2 mile crashes, and an OBS crash. Oh, I'm so sorry. Tech support nightmare tonight, it sounds like. The contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack. I think I know what the contradiction is, actually. I just don't know where it is.
After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car.
Here's the thing. It's this. Because according to the map, if she's here, how does she see the car?
I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Let's go through it anyway.
After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms.
Are you saying that the victim didn't fall down on the bridge?
Actually, that's not what I was trying to.
Of course she didn't fall on the bridge. If she'd fallen down, this photo wouldn't make any sense. If that was the case, her coat would have been all muddy.
If you don't mind, I was asking the witness.
No need to be so rude.
Well, young lady.
Of course she didn't fall down. The man in prison uniform grabbed her before she could.
We're one step too slow. And then what did the defendant do after that?
Then he carried her over to the car.
You personally witnessed that?
Yes.
Did anything strange happen when he did that?
Well, I don't know if you call it strange or not. But that's when the victim's scarf fell off.
Oh, you mean this scarf? Her words match what we found at the scene. I don't see a problem.
I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden.
Oh, wait. You mean the defendant carried the body all by himself?
Yes.
Considering the size of the defendant, I don't think it would be difficult.
Yes, but let's remember they were on a narrow bridge that was ready to collapse. Is it even possible for him to have carried a dead body on a bridge like that?
Objection! Well, the fact of the matter is that he did. That kind of talk is just silly.
Wow. Why does he get so emotional all of a sudden? Why did he get... Oh, interesting. Huh, wow. Why did he get so emotional all of a sudden? Ms. Faye, if you think there's some other possibility, please share it with the rest of us.
He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge.
Why do you say that? It's already broken down. It's already a broken down bridge hidden away in the mountains. Doing anything more to hide a corpse would be going overboard, wouldn't it?
Yes, but the mountain is famous among hikers. A surprising number of people go there.
But it's February, right? And it was raining that day, correct?
There's also a small temple and a channeling dojo there. You know those monks? They just love cold, isolated places.
I think the witness is trying to say that the corpse could have been found at any time.
Besides, the witness is merely reporting what she witnessed with her own eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
And you're absolutely certain that that it was my client who was carrying the body?
He was wearing a prisoner's uniform. But as for his face...
So you're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face?
Well, they were far away and it was raining as well. I thought I was only supposed to say exactly what I saw.
Excellent! You are a remarkably honest young woman. Something about this testimony is bothering me, but what?
Hey, kid. Have you ever put salt in your coffee?
No, why would I?
Why not?
Huh?
It may actually go better with coffee than sugar, right? Listen, my point is, if you're not sure, you might as well add a ton of salt to it. It might bring out the rust in something, like a piece of evidence.
He's right, Mia. Go present something. You've got nothing to lose.
By the way, I wouldn't put salt in my coffee. The two don't go well after all.
Let's see. Sorry, I clicked by accident. Okay, let's save. So I feel like I'm either presenting the photo to I can only talk about what I saw, or the map based on carrying her to the car. I'm gonna try the map first.
Addiction!
Or not. I guess it would be the map or the photo here then? Or not. Oh, this is finicky. It has to be the map there then. Right? It has to be the map there. Okay, it's nothing. So all right. My whole theory doesn't fucking work? Or is this one of those stupid bullshit things? Look, here's my theory. All right, she is here. You see? Handsome lad, thank you so much for the 100 bits. She's here. She can see them. She cannot see the car. Maybe I need to present her photo then. Right? You can literally see there's like a cliff blocking the way, so she cannot see the car. So how did she see him carry her to the car? How did she know a car was over there? The only other thing I can think of, and I'm gonna take a bite first, and if it's this, then whatever. The only other way that I can think of would be to throw her overboard. Because what we do know, we've learned, is that anything lost in that river tends to get lost forever because of the current. So that's like the only other option, would be, why did he take the time to take the body and put the body in his car when he could have hurled her overboard? Which is literally what happened when he was arrested 5 years ago. The victim fell into the river and the body was never found. Right? So what motive would he have for trying to keep the body? So maybe it's this one, but what would we present? Nothing really. Maybe the map here? Right? Maybe the map? That's such a funky thing if that works, though. What did she say after that? He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. So Sorry, Misfits, hang on a second. I don't remember. I don't remember which photo I presented. Do you guys remember, did I present this photo or this photo? Did I present the right photo before? I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. Let's try this really quickly.
Objection!
Okay, no, I did do that then. That's fair. I wasn't sure if I did the right one. I just wanted to be sure. So the only other thing I can think of, I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. If we present the map, maybe we can make the case that why didn't he just throw it in the river?
Objection!
I'm gonna take a bite. This is a stretch. Like, I get it, but usually this game punishes you for, like, inferring things and making assumptions. So I kind of assumed that wouldn't be it, but apparently the point of showing the map is to imply he could have thrown it off into the water. We didn't have any evidence that said things in the water get lost. We had to remember that. I wonder if we're gonna get there anyway and still call out the fact that she couldn't have seen the car and I was just like ahead of it or something. All right. Thanks for your patience, by the way, with all the dinner munching. I know I don't usually eat on performance stream, but I just realized I was starving right in the middle. A killer not wanting his victim found. I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Well, what is it? Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river.
For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall into it are never recovered.
In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at that same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water. Order! 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 I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Ms. Fay. But I must admit it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river. Oh. Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
How sad. Perhaps Ms. Fay would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature.
What are you talking about?
My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw.
Quite true. Miss Fay, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all.
Objection!
But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous.
Objection!
Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car.
That is certainly consistent with what the witnesses told us.
Please, witness, go on with your testimony.
Let me try that again, and then I'll say hello.
Please, witness, go on with your testimony.
I'll try.
All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again.
Who is he talking about? All right. I'll do my best.
Hello, Raiders. Welcome, 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 everybody. Hello, Facitorite as well. Rochi! I don't know if you're still here, honey, but I love you. I miss you. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I hope you had a good time there today. What did you do? Supervive. I don't know what that is. Welcome, 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 everybody. My name is Melazand. I'm a professional voice actor and pre-debut YouTuber. You might not know that from this stream, because we get an anime as fuck and campy as hell in here. This is my Friday stream. I'm a variety streamer. I play a lot of single-player games, but this is my performance stream. Every Friday, we do Ace Attorney, and I animate the hell out of it and voice act the whole damn thing. So, if you're taking off, I hope you have a wonderful night. If you stick around, I hope you have a great time, and I hope you throw me a follow, and I hope to see more of you. All right, Rochi, have a wonderful night. It's great to see you. I'll talk to you soon. Let's play Apex soon. Let's play something soon. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. The killer broke into the trunk of the car. Ooh. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. How does she know this? How does she know it's a stolen car? I don't buy it. She lying. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body. Hold it! What did the man do then? Well, naturally, he got in the car and he was about to flee. That's when I came to my senses. I said to myself, you have to call the police.
And so that's when you called the police?
You're sure that you saw all of that with your own eyes?
Yes, I'm 100% certain.
He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge.
I'm sorry, I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Okay, the killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body there. So I think we need to present the photo. Because here's the thing. We know. By the way, no one has said it yet. No one has pointed out the fact that the trunk is broken. No one has mentioned it. So how does she know if we haven't even established it as part of this case yet? Like, it literally has not been established in this case that the trunk was broken into. I tried to present it earlier. And it wasn't the right time yet, apparently, because video games. So, to be clear, as I take a big bite of food, and I appreciate your patience with me, Misfits, as I do a little bit of chewing ASMR.
Damn, it's been 13 months, what the heck? I should stop in more Millicent Sweat.
Yo, thank you for you should stop by more often. But her saying this, and thank you so much for the 13 months. I really appreciate it, Far. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Her saying this is literally the first time this is being introduced to the court as evidence. So we can't forget that. And with that, I'm shoving this in my mouth. It was not a canon event yet. All right. I think it's gonna be this. Let's see.
Objection!
I am wrong! Wait, no! Broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. Is it not the photo of the broken trunk? I've already heard this before. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up. Then he carried her over to the car. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. I feel like I need to show the fact that that the trunk has been broken into. But if it's not that, then what am I presenting? Am I presenting the map to ask how could she see that? I feel like it either has to be the map then, or her perspective.
Objection!
All right, they're being really specific. Well, Ms. Foster, looks like you've done it this time. Done what? Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake? Like what, Ms. Fay? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes. And? It's simple, Ms. Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. Oh. That's right, Ms. Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car.
That's right. It's not that high at all. I was able to see his car just fine.
I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe that it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Oh! Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But you still claim to have been able to see the killer's car.
No!
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo? Ballyhoo! What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a car that was stolen was reported on the news. After witnessing the murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it.
Objection!
But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only what she saw with her own eyes. Oh. Oh, sorry, that's her.
Mr. Judge?
What is it?
I think I must have remembered something wrong. Hold it!
Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that.
Ms. Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect.
Yes, indeed. Quite true. Well, you know what they say. To err is human, to forgive, divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. What? That's not fair!
Ha! Save the tears for later, kitten.
Mr. Armando?
Don't look back until the trial's over. Now is the time to go forward.
But I have to burp, hang on. But that wasn't fair!
Okay, kitten. You need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony.
The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there.
So tell me, how does she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're gonna have a lot of people very suspicious on this side of the courtroom.
Well, witness? Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk. Because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it.
What? Well, let me see that photo. It's true. These certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Ms. Faye, are you satisfied?
The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes with her. That's not the line. I can't make any mistakes here. What she just said. Is there a contradiction in there somewhere? I think there is. Because this is a crime photo. So if she heard about it on the news later, and I'm gonna take a big bite of food, and I'm sorry for holding this up. If she heard about it on the news later, unless the news specifically called out that, like, the trunk had been broken into and there were scratch marks on the trunk around the keyhole, she shouldn't know any of that. Because she's referencing evidence that was presented in this trial before she got here. Right? Which is the whole, like, that's how we got the last guy in Recipe for the Turnabout. He kind of gave away that he knew about a piece of evidence that he hadn't been in the room for. And that's also how we got Damon Gant. Because Damon Gant similarly knew about a piece of evidence that he shouldn't have known about. And by confessing that he knew about it in a context that only would have happened if he had killed the person he did. So, I think that's the problem with it, is that there's just no way she should know about that photo unless it was described in that rigid detail on the news. Oh. Eating food real quick. Shock Flam, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Hell yeah. This was such a good dinner choice. Tofu over rice with broccoli and cabbage and carrots. I may have sushi rice to the hell out of my rice though. It comes as just regular white rice and I immediately put a whole bunch of like mirin and rice vinegar in there and it's really good. But I've kind of created sticky rice. kind of good. It's hitting well. Probably more sauce than I needed, but it's hitting well. All right, here we go. What she just said. Is there a contradiction in there somewhere? Melissa Foster. It looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in the field taking photos of wildflowers. But even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you have a chance to see those scratches? I've finally gotten her. Have a good night, Shock. Thanks for stopping by. I hope I get to see you again. Ha! I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Ms. Flay. Then perhaps it would be faster if Ms. Fay explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was she put the corpse in herself. There's only one way the witness had a chance to see those scratches. Yes? What is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. Sorry, got a burp. You get no burping ASMR. Thank you very much. Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in that trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it?
That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that...
I don't think so, Ms. Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open.
But he stole the car.
He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Which means that the key would have still been in the ignition.
Oh. I see.
Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Ms. Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk.
No!
Preposterous! To even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo she took? The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at that time, she was taking photographs. Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so sure. I'm sorry, I've been drinking, Edgeworth. On the contrary, I don't think you need to worry about the fact that... On the contrary. Where is the game? Sorry, I tabbed out. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is that the shutter for this may not have been the pushed. Great job, Mel. Let's get the lines right. What I'm saying is, the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Ms. Foster herself. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it. Even a mini tripod. Why, it's almost as if she had brought this camera just to take this photograph.
What are you trying to say then, Ms. Fay? That when the crime occurred, Ms. Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed?
Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field. Would the defense please explain further?
Listen. This is a crucial point. Where was Ms. Foster when the incident occurred? In answering that question, we'll also make clear Ms. Foster's true identity.
Well then, please answer the question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred? I mean... we have a photograph that was introduced to us as it was raining really hard. It's impossible to really make out the faces. I didn't mishear that, right? We have a photograph that's clearly a big man in a prison uniform and a small woman in a trench coat, but we have no details on their faces. Is there a chance that this photo was taken earlier? And that she posed as... Melissa Hawthorne to meet with the killer? What if... Oh man. What if... I'm trying to think here. Here's what I don't know. I don't know if the young couple that had their car stolen knows, like eyewitness identified him as the one that stole the car. If they know he stole a car, if he definitely stole a car, this theory's a little harder to prove. But my thought had been, what if she stole the car? You know, like maybe they weren't in the car. What if she stole the car? All right. And then what if she met her, well, we actually don't know if she's a sister or not. They're both Hawthorns, Valerie Hawthorne, Dahlia Hawthorne, disguised as Melissa Foster. What if she met the other Hawthorne, killed her, put her in the trunk, and then waited out here to meet Terry? And then who knows? You know, like that's what I'm thinking. Is there a chance that she's the victim? Like that she posed as the victim? Take that! Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Ms. Hawthorne, was standing. Order! Ms. Fay, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim. How asinine! Of course Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls. Objection! You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. Objection! What?
I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo?
It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness.
What?
It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster.
Me!
Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore.
You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof?
I've got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification. Namely, this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note that the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? Where is Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap the fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't it obvious? She's the real culprit. Ha! She doesn't mean... Okay, Armando's about to be like, no, we know that. That's what you've been trying to prove. Like, obviously, you think she's the culprit, but you can't say, why did she do it? Because she did it. Well, then why did she do it? Because she did it. And then Mia's going to say, come here, real close, Miss Fitz. All right? This is really important, okay? I need you right here with me. All right? Just hear me out for a second. So that line makes no sense, right? He's like, well, then why'd she do it? And she's like, because he's the culprit. He's going to be like, well, that doesn't make any sense. You can't just be like, why'd she do it? Because she did it. But why'd she do it? Because she did it. Why'd she do it? That doesn't answer anything. And then Mia's going to say, I'm not talking about this murder. I'm talking about the murder from 5 years ago. Do you think I'm right? Can I lean a little closer? Yeah, sure. Hang on a second. Hey, what's up? I think that's what do you think? Do you think she's going to say it? Do you think that's what's going to happen? Let's see. Let's find out. Ha! Well, we'll have to wait for Ms. Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Very well. This court is in recess. She didn't say it yet, but I bet she's gonna. I bet she's gonna. Hold me to it. We're gonna find out later. We're gonna find out if I'm right by the end of this case. I have 4 minutes before an ad I can't skip, so I am gonna take a 3-minute break there. Perfect time to stretch. Perfect time to hit the restroom if you need to refill your water. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes, and we'll continue on, shall we? You know what's wild? This is a theme from a game, from one of the later games. And at a certain point in the next handful of months, we are going to be playing that game. And you're going to hear this all the time, and you're going to be so sick of it because you've been hearing it for like 7 months. I just took a bite. TK, thank you. Thank you so much, TK. Thank you for gifting the tier 1 subs to Svarvalo, Monumental, Ellis, Silver, and Babystone. All right. Shall we jump back in? February 16th, 1:14 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 4. Mr. Falls? Wait, what did he just do? Mr. Falls? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I want to say thanks. You're real good. You really hooked me up.
Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime.
Yeah. But there's one big obstacle we've got to get past.
Obstacle?
Yeah. Motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway?
Motive, huh?
Anyway, we're still badly in need of information.
Information, right.
What we need the most is information about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. I don't know why I'm making them so big right now. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing.
What is it?
Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie.
Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago.
Okay. I trust you. That day, 5 years ago, I dream of it. Every day. This picture, it reminds me of everything. Bridge looks same, just like then, 5 years ago. Like it could fall apart any minute.
So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years, huh?
Sorry, buddy, but you sound like one that could fall apart at any minute. Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute, buddy.
That's not the line either. Let me try a third time. Fuck me.
Ha! Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute.
It's true. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend.
Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh no! Doesn't he recognize her then? Wait, how does he not recognize her? Maybe he does. He has to. Tito, welcome. Your girlfriend? Huh.
Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne?
the victim's last name?
Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister.
What? Are you serious?
The girl.
The girl. Let her go.
Shut up. Come closer and I kill her.
Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it.
Wrong. No protect, sister. Valerie betray me. Betray us.
What do you mean she betrayed you?
Everything. All lies. All make-believe. Kidnapping, too.
A make-believe kidnapping?
Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love, my teen angel.
That's a little creepy. Ugh. Did he actually say my teen angel? He has seen one too many soap operas. Thank you.
I'd do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
Anything Dahlia says. Wait, hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah. Me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too.
Valerie was in on it?
Dahlia's family rich. Jewelry business. We get one jewel, that's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note, we send to her dad. Asked for $2 million diamond. Tell him make exchange on Dusky Bridge. Tell him Valerie make transfer cause she knew detective.
Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, all right? In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million 3 ways, huh?
Yeah, but that woman... That woman, Valerie, she'd do it for real. She shoot at me for real. For me and Dahlia. I was shot in the arm. Dahlia, she jump in river.
Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you?
I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over.
And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence.
I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me.
That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into a roaring river 40 feet below.
These 5 years. All I wonder, why? Why did she lie? That's all I want to know.
So that's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself.
Yes. But I forget what she looked like, so I tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just want to hear answer from her mouth, that's all.
So that's why. That's why you made a crazy escape like that.
Just one thing, zebra boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it?
Huh? Where's what?
Oh, come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it?
I don't know.
Huh? You don't know?
No, really, I don't know. It's gone. With Dahlia.
I'm having feelings about this. It's gone with Dahlia, huh? It's gone with Dahlia. Probably lost forever, because Dahlia is probably dead, am I right? Surely the diamond didn't disappear with Dahlia, who's alive somewhere somehow. Hear me out for a second. Her note says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. So Falls reaches out. Falls wants to meet Valerie Hawthorne on the bridge. Valerie makes a note to herself to talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. So this is a note confirming that Dahlia is alive and that Valerie knew Dahlia was alive the whole time. So what if both sisters were fucking shitheads? What if both sisters were shitheads and plans to make off with the reward themselves and fuck this guy? Fuck this random dude. He'll go to prison. We're sisters. And what if over the years she's started to feel guilty? And so what if she wants to try to do the right thing now and Dahlia doesn't? That's what I'm thinking. I guess we'll have to find out.
I don't know. It's gone. With Dahlia.
With Dahlia?
That day, on the bridge, Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone with Dahlia. Gone forever.
But he doesn't recognize her. Why doesn't he recognize her? Why? Here's the craziest part right now. Why doesn't he recognize her?
Gone with Dahlia. Gone forever. Into Eagle River.
It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute.
You can come back in now. We're ready to go.
I never know what to do for the random cops. Hey, you can come back in now. We're ready to go. Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne?
Never found her. Oh, my sweet Dahlia.
They never found her.
Swallowed by a river. Gone. Oh, Dahlia. My teen angel.
Your teen angel. How old was she anyway?
Just 14.
14? I guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds.
She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth 2 million. Oh man, oh man! Angels these days.
Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia, Hawthorne, an angel? Or is she really?
It's time, kitten. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now.
You bet. Diamond added to the court record. A $2 million gem used as ransom for Dahlia lost to Eagle River 5 years ago.
The training wheels come off now, Mia. You gotta strike while the iron's hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it.
We're getting rules. That's the Gato thing. That's one of my rules. He'll do like a little adage.
You gotta strike while the iron's hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it.
So, 14. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh, would you look at that? She's 19 years old. Incredible. Who could have seen this coming? Who could have foreseen this twist? Who could have foreseen this? What a twist! A flashback to a case featuring a lawyer named Armando definitely seems like an early Gato.
Training wheels are coming off, kitten.
And by the way, can I just say this? He's a defense attorney. Von Ziel. So we're meeting Diego Armando, who is definitely Gato. Coffee drinking defense attorney. Back when he worked at the same firm as Mia Fey. And now we don't have the answers yet, but do we think that somewhere in here might be the explanation for why Gato inexplicably hates Phoenix Wright? Don't say it, no spoilers, but think about it. Think about it.
The training wheels are coming off, kitten. You gotta strike while the iron's hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it.
February 16th, 1:49 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better? Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best. You're a brave young lady. Oh, not this again.
I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try and pin the crime on an innocent student is...
What are you talking about?
My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That is all. What possible reason could a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman?
It certainly is hard to imagine this woman is a murderer. Her motive, huh? I figure that's what I have to establish next. Well, Ms. Fay, do you have any evidence of a motive? Yes, of course. I think.
Ha! You're still acting as tame as a kitten. Kitten.
Mr. Armando.
Listen, a lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets.
Are you fucking kidding me? Did she learn this from him? Did she learn this from Gatto? And then teach it to Phoenix? Did she learn it from Gatto? Insane. Fucking insane. I cannot wait to learn more. There's so much we don't know.
Listen, a lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisting in knots is part of the pro.
That's not the line.
Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisting in knots is the mark of a pro.
Maybe so, but I wish you'd quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me. May I speak, Mr. Judge?
Of course, Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like.
I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that's not true.
I see. Well, you're such an honest and upstanding young lady. Looks like this witness is a real professional.
What do you mean?
Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, click. She lights right up.
Literally is the All Might thing, isn't it?
Well, very well then. Let's hear what the kind, young, sweet little witness has to say.
You know that's what he was thinking. This fucking bitch, 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 this fucking bitch. Sorry, what were we doing? I just hate her so much. I hate her so much. Your remix. Sorry, that is not a drum. That is a fucking hard booth, and I'm gonna hurt my wrists. Melissa Foster's history. I was out of the country until a year before last. Until I entered college, I'd never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster.
Out of the country, huh?
Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder.
Indeed. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put your... Let's try that one more time. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile.
You bet. Somehow I have to tie her to this case. Somehow I have to tie her to this case. I was out of the country until the year before last. Hold it! So what country were you living in then? We were all living abroad, but after my parents were killed.
It was a brutal civil war. She had to try to make her way back home alone.
It was a brutal civil war. What the? I'm sorry, where was she living? I lost everything. I didn't even have any personal identification.
What kind of sob story is this? What do I do? Should I press her for more details? Europe country. Yeah, she was in Europe country. She was living in this nice little satellite district called Shiganshina when a whole bunch of giant titans attacked. She lost her family. She had to find her way home slowly but surely. Let's press. Witness, answer my question. I'll even repeat it for you. What country were you in?
Objection!
Your Honor, the line of questioning is childish. What country she was in and how many languages she may speak are irrelevant here. What we're here to evaluate is whether this witness has any connection to this case.
I've lived abroad ever since I was a little girl. That's why I could never have known Mr. Falls or Detective Hawthorne.
Yes, I think we've established that point. Yes, indeed. Well then, shall we add what you've just stated to the official testimony?
Yes, please, Mr. Judge. Naturally, I didn't know either the victim or the defendant.
You didn't know either person? Are you certain of that?
Yes. I'm afraid I'm rather shy around people.
Oh, well, that can't be helped. Why is he just agreeing with everything that comes out of her mouth? The first time you saw either of them was when they were on the bridge, correct?
Yes. It really was a coincidence. Until I entered college, I'd never even been to Eagle Mountain before.
So what made you decide to go to Eagle Mountain anyway?
I just love being outdoors. Picnics, hiking, you know, that sort of thing.
You don't look like much of a hiker to me, but you do look like a digger of sorts. Oh, shit! That's it! That's the end! We're done here! We've just witnessed a murder! We've just witnessed a murder in the courtroom! Oh my god! Wow! She took my money! Incredible. Oh my god. I swear to God, you know what's wild? It runs in the family. It runs in the family. Because do you remember last game? We would be talking to Franziska von Karma, and we'd be like, why are you out to get me so bad? Like, why do you not like me so much? And Maya would like peek around behind me and go, yeah, it's not gonna bring your dead dad back. Like, how the fuck were these girls raised? They're both savage. Maya literally twice in the last game, Maya pulls the, well, your dad's dead, blah, as like a fucking comeback to Franziska. Holy shit. You don't look like much of a hiker to me, but you do look like a digger of sorts. But Eagle Mountain is a 2-hour drive from here and no trains run through there. There are plenty of mountains that are closer and easier to get to.
Well, I went there once with a
That's not how those words work.
Well, I went there once with a college hiking club. I fell in love with its stark, desolate beauty and its cold yet romantic gloominess.
Didn't know you were such a goth. By the way, what's the name of your college?
Objection!
The prosecution objects to any questions that involve the witness's private life. Look. All that matters is that she is a material witness to a crime. The witness doesn't need to respond to questions that are clearly malicious in intent.
Thank you. She really has gone too far.
Ms. Fay, you are treading on thin ice here.
I hardly said anything. Talk about sensitive. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Perhaps, but your behavior that day was very suspicious. Not only have you contradicted yourself here in court, but you know things you shouldn't. For example, the scratches on the trunk of the car. Well, that's...
Objection!
Unfortunately, Ms. Fay, your last statement proves nothing.
Oh, really? And why is that?
The witness came to the police station once to identify the suspect. It's entirely possible that, at the time, an officer showed her this photo.
That does seem like a rather serious mistake.
Ha! That's the oldest trick in the prosecuting book.
That's not fair. That wicked inmate. I'll never be able to forget that horrible day. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago.
A grudge? Wait, sorry, I kind of did a weird hybrid Mia Armando. Let's try that again.
Can we get Armando defense attorney?
A grudge?
Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death.
Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such a deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt.
My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Is she calling out the fact that he doesn't recognize her? Like, is she literally saying it right out loud because no one knows what she's talking about? Is that what's happening right now? I swear to God, this is a shot directly at him. Because he should recognize her and doesn't. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I think. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client. He forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well. Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What did you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right?
Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification.
If I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me. Well, that's true. He's very clearly a bitter man. This is bad. Mr. Falls' reputation This is bad. Mr. Falls' reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with the last statement? The last statement was he couldn't recognize her. I think we should add it. Hey, I'm ground. Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony.
The prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer, and a mentally unbalanced one at that. That testimony only helps to further prove that point.
No, that's not why I... Enough. Witness, if you would. My pleasure, Mr. Judge. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing the white scarf. What do you mean by lucky? Well, it's February now. Everyone is wearing scarves. If I'd accidentally worn a white scarf like he said...
Then you yourself might have been killed.
Now that would have been a terrible loss for the world.
Ha! Looks like you pressed too hard this time, kitten.
Mr. Armando,
Keep looking around you, and you're gonna lose sight of the finish line. Justice is blind, but she's not deaf. Sometimes you have to know when not to talk.
we're kidnapping a poor girl. I just think that the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. You knew about that incident? But weren't you out of the country until a year before last? Well, I saw a report about the escaped convict on the news. Convict? Well, I saw a report about the escaped convict on the news. They had an in-depth report about this whole industry. History, sorry. They had an in-depth report about his whole history. So you were still living abroad 5 years ago, is that right? Yes. I can't let her get away with these lies.
Listen to me. She's neck deep in this whole thing. Somehow, you're just gonna have to get her to show the court her true self.
I was out of the country until the year before last. Naturally, I didn't know either the victim or the defendant. Until I entered college, I'd never even been to Eagle Mountain, and I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing an officer who testified against you 5 years ago. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing the white scarf. We don't have that much. We don't have that much to go on. Bridge unchanged for 5 years. Worn by the victim at the time of the incident, found on Dusky Bridge. I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. She said that she'd heard about the case. She said she listened to it on the news, but she didn't say when. You didn't know either person? Are you certain of that? Yes. I'm afraid I'm rather shy around people.
Well, that can't be helped.
Why is he just agreeing with everything that comes out of her mouth?
The first time you saw either of them was when they were on the bridge, correct?
Yes. It really was just a coincidence. What do we have for people? Police officer and the victim, the key witness in the case against Falls 5 years ago. My client, sentenced to death 5 years ago, escaped from custody 2 days ago. Hotshot lawyer. Valerie's younger sis. Victim of the kidnap murder, fell from the bridge, no body found.
out of the country until the year before last. Naturally, I didn't know either the victim or the defendant. I feel like this is the thing to press, and we just did. But I feel like there's something in there. Until I entered college, I'd never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Perhaps. But your behavior that day was very suspicious. We've already heard this. But you know things you shouldn't. Okay, we've already heard all of this.
Objection!
I'm gonna save before I start making mistakes. So I think I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf was the thing that was put in. So let's repress. So we press this, let's repress the thing. So here's my thinking. This may not lead us anywhere, but we added something to the testimony that people seem to think was a bad idea. Because all it does is make our client look bad. I'm just gonna revisit that thing and see if we have a way to like unadd it to the testimony. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Hold it! A grudge? Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death?
Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such a deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt.
Objection!
My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman. But he forgot the poor policewoman as well. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. $2 million gem used as a ransom for Dahlia, lost to Eagle River 5 years ago. So what country were you living in then? We were all living abroad. But after my parents were killed...
It was a brutal civil war. She had to try to make her way back home alone.
Okay, so you've already heard this. This is good. No spoilers, but this is good. This is a challenge. The key witness in a case against Falls 5 years ago. Sentenced to death 5 years ago. I don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Taken by the witness, bridge unchanged for 5 years. The whole truth must come out. This is good. Worn by the victim at the time of the incident, found on Dusky Bridge. The only other thing I can think of, and it's kind of weird, and I feel like this is a shot in the dark, but like the scarf isn't white.
Objection!
The scarf isn't white.
Wait.
The scarf isn't white. Which means her only two chances to see a white scarf. Like, okay, the note says, wear a white scarf. The scarf is blue. And so let's assume she has access to all the information. If she knows the scarf that was found is blue, and we assume that was the right scarf, then we assume that's the scarf she saw. So she wouldn't know about the note, right? She wouldn't know about the note. So why would she call a blue scarf white? And alternatively, if this isn't the scarf, did she see a white scarf and that scarf hasn't been found? Why is she calling it a white scarf when it's not a white scarf? Witness, I want you to look at this photograph that you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Oh, you're talking about this scarf right here, eh?
Yes, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing.
I've got her now. I've got her now. Just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. White? This is the scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me.
Oh!
Well, it was a foggy day. And it was raining as well. It's not surprising that she mistook it for white.
Objection!
Sorry, but not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Well, yes, but what's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but there's only one explanation for this mix-up. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is... It's gotta be the note.
Take that!
Witness. Have you ever seen this note?
No, no, never.
It's top secret evidence. There's no reason you would have. I wonder about that.
What do you mean?
This note shows Mr. Fall's instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says, wear white scarf for identification.
White scarf. Ah!
Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Mr. Foster, well, Ms. Foster?
No!
Order! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm waiting for an explanation.
I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public.
And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person. Did you say one more person? That's right. A person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out yet, kitten? Yep. The third person that knew the contents of the note was... And that person is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? I've never heard that name before. Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There's her name, right there. But what is this? Who is this person, this Dahlia Hawthorne?
Ms. Fay must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life.
The dead?
Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago.
Killed in a crime? You don't mean...
Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls.
You said she was killed. But was she really?
What are you implying?
Of course, people thought that she died 5 years ago, when she fell off Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found.
Objection!
She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead.
But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster, I believe that's the same age you are.
Objection!
Even you couldn't. Ms. Fay, you're not saying.
But I am. That is precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne.
What? Ah! Nice work! That was like tossing a grenade into a 3-arm fire. 3-alarm fire. But, unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist.
I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Now is my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm. The witness, just who are you anyway?
I didn't think it had come to this. I didn't think it would come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness.
Yes, I understand.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself. Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far.
You don't mean...
Yes. The prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses.
What did he say?
Ha! Looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go.
No way. But then why?
If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't gonna say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne.
This bitch.
5 years ago. We thought so as well. But, as you can see...
Why? Why did she hide her identity for 5 years?
That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime.
Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of the victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder?
Objection!
Really, Miss Fay? I must say, your strategy here is painfully obvious. Your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. Wow, pot calling kettle much.
How dare you?
Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. Her big sister. Ms. Fay must be insane to suggest that she murdered her.
What?
You like the boob cut on her jacket? I am inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Ms. Fay, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion?
What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister? Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turned it around on me.
I think you need a little push in the right direction, kitten. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim.
That wasn't me. That was this guy, this crazy coffee addict.
Objection!
I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man. Ha! What makes you think they're empty, boy? Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets.
Well, I am sweating bullets.
You think you're in a tough spot, huh?
Of course. Aren't I?
No. You just arrived at the moment of truth. That's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you.
Up to me.
The rashness of youth. How charming.
This coming from someone younger than me.
Now then, let's not waste any more time. Ms. Fay, what motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? I mean, I think it's gonna be either the letter or the diamond. The diamond is the biggest piece of evidence here, but the letter says the whole truth must come out. So I guess we're gonna try them both. We'll start with the letter. But Misfits, I have an ad that's about to start, so I'm gonna take a 3-minute break. This is your chance. Refill your water, do whatever you need to do. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes and we'll figure out what's the motive. Were we right? Let's find out if we're right. I'll see you in a few.
right, we're back in about 7 seconds. I'm gonna take another big bite of food. Welcome back, everybody. I'm just taking a really quick bite of food and chewing, and then we'll jump back in. Saw the note from Von Ziel. I just realized now, this makes it make so much more sense that Gatto was so confident as a prosecutor despite never having done a case before. It's because he actually has done tons of cases. Yeah, right. He comes in, he's like, I've never prosecuted before. No, he's just a veteran defense attorney. So, like, he obviously knows what the fuck he's doing. That's such a great call out. Yeah, so he just neglected to tell us that he had years under his belt as a veteran defense attorney for Grossberg. And he comes in, he's like, I'm brand new here, I promise. Like, okay, bro. To be fair, he never said. It's one of those things where I think it's gonna be one of those, like, you didn't tell us you were a defense attorney, and he's like, you didn't ask. You know, like, I feel like that's exactly how he'd fucking respond to that shit. So, makes you wonder if between the mask and the hair, is he really fooling everybody? Or is the prosecution in on it and keeping his secret? Clearly the judge isn't, because this is the first time the judge hasn't known a prosecutor. And it's been like, who the fuck are you? I will. I can't actually right now, but I will. Also, confession, I've kind of been tuning in and out of this trial because I hate Dahlia so much, and it's hard to keep watching her, especially when Mel's doing such a great job. Thank you! Thank you! That's so kind. I have been so nervous about playing this character because she's among a small group of characters that are like so far away from anything I normally play. So if you think I'm doing a good job, that makes me very happy. I'm doing my best. All right. Let's have a little water. I think it's the note. If it's not the note, we're gonna take a hit, but then it'll be the diamond. So let's see. I'm guessing the note because the diamond right now just says it was used as ransom and it was lost. So it's kind of a vague motive of like, well, money corrupts. But this specifically says, talk to Dahlia, tell her the truth must come out. That sounds like more of a motive. What motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note he left. Sorry, this is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth. The whole truth. There was a dangerously... I have to burp. I'm burpy tonight. I don't know why. The whole truth. There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently. A terrific story, Ms. Faye. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Ms. Faye. What was this secret that was so important?
Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne, and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Oh, yes. I know this secret.
Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony.
What testimony?
Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago. We believe it will explain a lot of things. Such as the nature of the important secret between the One more time. Blah, blah. It will explain a lot of things, such as the nature of the important secret fuck me. One more time. About the incident 5 years ago. We believe that it will give us a lot of important information, such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters. I'm waiting for her to get nasty. Do you remember in the first case, Dahlia got nasty? I'm waiting for it to happen. I'm waiting for the change. Very well. I'll grant your request. I'll grant your She's having a stroke. Very well. I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you please enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf? Go away! Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Putting on the old charm one more time, Dahlia. But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. Womanly wiles! Woo! 5 years ago. Five years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might get kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe, after all of that, she murdered her sister. Preposterous. Oh, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ms. Fay?
Yes, Your Honor.
As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination.
Mr. Edgeworth got the jump on me again.
If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Listen up. We still got that info, that ace up our sleeve.
What info?
Oh, come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged.
That's right. It was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us in the lobby.
I'd do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too.
Yes. That's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret. Five years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. Did you and Mr. Falls have a relationship? Yes, as a tutor. You were tutoring him, Mr. Falls? No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Falls came to the house to tutor me. That makes sense. 5 years ago, she was only 14.
He probably came up with the kidnapping plan during that time. The Hawthorns are in the jewelry trade and are quite wealthy, you see.
Quite the clever fellow, that Mr. Falls. Did I hear him right? Did he just call Mr. Falls a clever fellow? The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. I heard the diamond is valued in the neighborhood of $2 million. $2 million? It was still uncut, so it was about the size of a pint of milk. A $2 million pint of milk? I don't know what to think about that.
The defendant demanded that her sister Valerie make the exchange. Not as a detective, of course, but as an individual.
By the way, I wanted to ask you, try that again. By the way, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why do you think he wanted to make the exchange up there on the mountain? If he ever got surrounded, it would be hard to escape.
There's one thing a kidnapper wants to prevent, and that's the police department. In a place like that, it would be easy to tell if he was being followed. With only one entrance to the mountain, he was ensuring his safety.
What a wickedly clever man that Mr. Falls is. You're right. It was all your plan. Anyway, Valerie brought the diamond to the mountain, and after she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That was a dangerous thing to do, considering you were being held hostage. Yes, but actually that saved my life.
What do you mean?
You see, Mr. Falls was holding a knife in his right hand. Somehow I just knew he was going to use it. I knew he was going to use that knife to kill me. That's why my sister shot him. It was to save me. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment. Well, when Mr. Falls was shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I turned to try and run away, but Mr. Falls turned to grab me as well. As I ran past, he and I locked eyes for a second. He gave me a large, bloodthirsty grin. Bloodthirsty grin? Oh. And in the next instant,
I advise the court to remember that the river is 18 feet deep and incredibly swift.
I was a strong swimmer, but I was knocked out. When I came to, I had been carried away by the river to a strange place. I'll never forget that day. The crumbling bridge, nowhere to run. Then just one little shove from behind. That was it. Before my sister could catch me, I fell into the river. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. And that's why you hid your identity? Yes. I told my sister.
Valerie Hawthorne, eh?
Yes. She's the only one who knew about me.
Meanwhile, legally, this witness has been deceased for 5 years.
I didn't ever want something like that to happen again. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. And that new identity was Melissa Foster, right?
Yes.
My sister helped me get the official paperwork taken care of. That makes sense. Without an insider's help, doing all of this paperwork would have been impossible. She was the only person left in the world that I could count on. And you think I killed her? There's no way I could.
It's the moment of truth for this witness, too. Once the truth about this staged kidnapping comes out, everyone in the court will know how much of a Jezebel she really is.
I just gotta prove that that kidnapping was a hoax. "5 years ago." All right, what do we have? All we have is the note. The whole truth must come out. And the diamond. Used as ransom for Dahlia, lost to Eagle River. The ransom price was a raw diamond. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when he tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. We're taking a seat for a second. Misfits, I have done almost this entire thing from my feet. I have been on my feet this whole fucking case. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shooting him. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. A raw diamond. I have a couple of things. After she made the exchange, why was the diamond lost if the exchange was successful? But that kind of feels like a stretch. That's what I was thinking too, Solaris. That's the only thing I've got right now. Is if they made the exchange, how did the diamond go missing? I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. So here are the things that don't add up. Where's the diamond? If she's telling the truth about how she just wanted to start a new life, what is this whole truth that has to come out? Why was she there taking photos of a place she was held prisoner? Like a place she was kidnapped and a place that would hold immense trauma for her. Why was she there taking photos? Let's try the exchange.
Objection!
It's not that. It's not that. That's the only other thing I'm thinking of. Decided to change my identity and start a new life. The only other thing I could think of would be, why were you taking pictures? Like, why were you there? Right? Bridge unchanged for 5 years. Why were you there?
Objection!
But apparently no. You know what? Same line of thinking. Same line of thinking. Why were you there, camera?
Objection!
Okay, I'm just wrong. Okay, let's rethink it. Let's rethink it. Let's rethink it. I'm wrong. Okay. So...
Once the truth comes out about the staged kidnapping, everyone in the court will know how much of a Jezebel she really is.
we just gotta prove that this kidnapping was a hoax. Got it. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister brought it to the bridge. Here's another thing. If Valerie knew her sister, I'm gonna have a piece of broccoli. If Valerie knew her sister was alive and helped her change her name, why did they get Falls convicted of murder? Is this just a case of protect my family at any cost? Because they essentially faked a murder together. Even if they were innocent. Even if they were innocent, they conspired to get this person convicted and given the death penalty for a murder that never actually happened. Attempted murder, yes. Actual carried out murder, no. Should he have been arrested? Yes. But tried for murder? No. Shoving me off the bridge from behind. She shot Mr. Falls in the arm. Let me hear this one again. I heard the diamond is valued in the neighborhood of $2 million. Okay, we've heard this. Why do you think he wanted to make the exchange up there in a mountain? So we've already heard that. Shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. Do we present him and say he was sentenced to death, so who would come after you? Why would you be worried about anyone coming after you?
Objection!
I'm wrong. Ooh, this is tough. Let's try this one more time.
Hold it!
And that's why you hid your identity? Yes. I only told my sister. Okay, we've heard this. Did we do the last one? So I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
Hold it!
And that new identity was Melissa Foster, right? Yes. My sister helped me get the official paperwork taken care of. That makes sense. Without an insider's help, doing all that paperwork would have been impossible.
She was the only person left in the world I could count on. And you think I killed her? There's no way I could.
The moment of truth for this witness, too. Once the truth comes out about this staged kidnapping, everyone in the court will know.
I feel like it has to be the diamond, but where?
I guess here's another question. Why would he, if he got the diamond, man, why did Falls try to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind? After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That was a dangerous thing to do, considering you were being held hostage. Yes, but actually, that saved my life. What do you mean? You see, Mr. Falls was holding a knife in his right hand. Somehow, I just knew he was going to use it. I knew he was going to use that knife to kill me. That's why my sister shot him. It was to save me. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment. Well, when Mr. Falls was shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I turned to try to run away, but Mr. Falls turned to grab me as well. As I ran past, he and I locked eyes for a second, and he gave me a large, bloodthirsty grin. Ooh. And in the next instant, before my sister could catch me, I fell into the river. Here's the only other thing. And this could be a stretch. I think we already did this. I feel like we already did this. But I thought it was gonna be, so I decided to change my identity and start a new life. Then what is the whole truth?
Objection!
But it's not it. Oh man, this one's fucking me up. I don't want spoilers, but this one is fucking me up. The only thing I can think of is that we know that Dahlia had the diamond in her backpack, so she wouldn't want to push her away. I don't know how to prove that. Dahlia had the diamond in her backpack. Did we do the ransom price was a raw diamond, and did we do the diamond for that? Well, we have now. So we've done diamond, I feel like we're brute forcing at this point. So we've done diamond for the ransom price. We've done diamond for after she made the exchange, right? That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. And that's why you hid your identity? Yes. I only told my sister.
Valerie Hawthorne, eh?
Yes. She's the only one who knew about me.
Meanwhile, legally, this witness had been deceased for 5 years.
I didn't ever want something like that to happen to me again. That bridge, wear the white scarf, talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. I feel like it has to be this one. I just don't know what. I decided to change my identity and start a new life. Do I present your new identity? Because it says witnessed and photographed the incident. Why were you there?
Objection!
Or not, apparently. Fuck me. Here are my threads. My threads are: the exchange was made, but the diamond was lost. My threads are: you wanted to start again, but what is the whole truth? You wanted to start again, but why were you still in the same spot that you were kidnapped? If you truly wanted to start a new life, and you were afraid you might get kidnapped again for your family's money, why would you go back to the same spot?
Objection!
Which it doesn't care about. Why would you go back to the same spot? That doesn't track. What we're trying to prove is, once the truth about this staged kidnapping comes out, I've got to prove that the kidnapping was a hoax. That's it, staged kidnapping. Staged kidnapping. Possibly her sister? Key witness in a case against Falls 5 years ago? If she had the diamond, could it be this? Could it be this? Why would he shove you if you had the diamond on you? Is it as simple as that? Why would he grin at you and shove you if you have the diamond that he needs?
Objection!
Guess not. Oh, fuck. All right. I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
Objection!
I'm brute forcing now. I don't want to look it up. We've never had to look it up. This is fucking brutal though. How do we prove that the kidnapping theory is a hoax? So what has to do with the kidnapping theory? 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. Let's press that one more time. Did you and Mr. Falls have a relationship?
Yes. As a tutor.
You were tutoring him? Mr. Falls?
No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Falls came to the house to tutor me.
That makes sense. 5 years ago, she was only 14. He probably came up with the kidnapping plan during that time. The Hawthorns are in the jewelry trade and are quite wealthy, you see. Quite the clever fellow, that Mr. Falls. Did I hear him right? Did he just call Mr. Falls a clever fellow? Gotta be something simple we're missing. $2 million gem, used as ransom for Dahlia, lost to the Eagle River 5 years ago. Did I present him? Did I present him? Like, why are you worried someone might kidnap you again when he has been sentenced to death? No, never mind. Second time. Why did you decide to start a new life? Why did you need to start a new life and change your identity if your attacker was sentenced to death? Fuck me, all right. God damn it. Oh, this is brutal. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. Okay, wait. I survived. If you survived, why did your sister need to be a key witness in the case? Never mind. I don't just you notice, Misfits, I don't just scattershot. Whenever I do something, I try to come up with a reason, right? After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. I heard the diamond, so we've already done this. $2 million. The one thing the kidnapper wanted to prevent, and that was police involvement. In a place like that, it would be easy to tell if he was being followed. With only one entrance to the mountain, he was ensuring his safety. If he wanted to... All right, here's one more. If he wanted to prevent police involvement, why did he have a police officer bring it to the bridge? Never mind, apparently. I thought that would be smart. He wanted to avoid police involvement. Why did he have a police officer bring it to the bridge? The worst part is literally everything you're saying makes sense, but you have to just find that one exact thing the game almost arbitrarily chooses to be the right one right now. Yeah. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, escaped from custody 2 days ago. She shot him in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. Okay, I've got another theory. And it's kind of a weird one. Okay? It's kind of a weird one. If we assume that this took place right here, he shoved her from behind. If they were here, We know that the bridge has been in disrepair the whole 5 years, so we know that that hole was in the bridge the whole time. So we know that they were right here on the bridge. So if he shoved her off the bridge from right here, wouldn't she have hit the rocks below and not the water? So does it not square that he shoved her? Something to do with that, right? After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind as she tried to run. It just feels like there's not a lot of room for her to get shoved, like while she's right there, without hitting the rocks below. She couldn't, all right, in theory, hang on a second, let me look at the picture again. We've got lines all over the place, right? Look at how many lines there are. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 5. There's 5 safety lines. So if he shoved her in any other direction, she would have hit those lines. There's no way he can shove her off the bridge when there's safety rails up to their necks, right? So the only place, and she was in the way, because remember, it's reversed the other way. It's reversed the last time. Hey, resistance. So the only place he could have shoved her, where she would have fallen, would have been through the hole. Because nowhere along this entire bridge could he have shoved her off the bridge. Anywhere, literally anywhere. They would have had to have exited the bridge, and then he would have to throw her off the side. So the only place that she could have fallen is the rocks below, right through the hole into the rocks. So I feel like we need to present the map either for the shove or for the survive. That's my theory. God, please let me be right. And please let my theory, please let like my 12th fucking theory be right.
Objection!
Yes! Fuck you! You say that Sorry, I'm high on adrenaline instantly. You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River? However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said, that's hard to believe. I should have said, that's impossible. Hey, Sven. Impossible? I asked that the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge, now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in the last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind, as you've claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. Yes! A most certain death. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then.
Objection!
But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. You're right. If the events occurred just as the witness had testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this? You see,
Objection!
Just a moment, Your Honor.
It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge.
What? What do you mean?
After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge.
If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Ms. Hawthorne, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct?
Now that you mention it, I do remember now. I fell off the bridge. But when I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. Okay, sorry. But when I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires.
You can't be serious! Order in the court.
It seems Ms. Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion.
Objection!
Not now, Mia. This is no time for retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Ms. Faye's assault.
What?
I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that is impossible.
Ridiculous! What's so impossible about it?
Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record. It's gotta be this, right? It's gotta be the photo. It's gotta be the photo. There's no fucking way you could push her through that. Your Honor, all the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there.
No!
But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over.
So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm.
Oh!
And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him at point-blank range. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge, that is clearly impossible. Order! What is the meaning of this? Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. What? What is this? Indeed. What do you mean by such a ridiculous remark?
Yes, this is ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun and handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that, it would have been suicide.
Perhaps. But still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river.
Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she wanted to jump into the river?
The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. It's gotta be the diamond. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her. The $2 million diamond.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Yes, Dahlia had it planned all the way back to the beginning. The $2 million. She was gonna keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack.
Oh,
It's the face! It's the face! It's the face! It's the face!
what? That's simply ridiculous.
Order! Order! Order!
No, Your Honor. 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old.
Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan? This woman is a demon. And there was one more person who helped a demon out of her. And there was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well?
Objection!
But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure it was weighed heavily. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the... Let me try that again after I close my door. Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder. Well, what do you mean by that? On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia. And then she told her what she was planning to do. Planning to do? She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote on her note. That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne. Who is that? Laughing at a time like this. Oh, forgive me. It's just hilarious. Witness? Is that you? You amuse me, woman. Ms. Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally. You have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence. That I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14, I plotted with Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to at least show that. Well, Ms. Fey. I don't know. What a joke. You, Ms. Fey.
Are you stupid or something? How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof that of Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Well, it seems that we've come to the end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense. Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? That girl has made a fool of me, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Without evidence, the trial is over. Who decided that?
Mr. Armando?
Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, if there's still no evidence, there's still testimony.
Testimony?
On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Foles' stolen car, and then went to meet with him, disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That's what you think, right?
Yes, that's right.
In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who is the one person who can testify to Who is the one person who can testify to that demon woman's crimes? I mean, it's either her or it's the defendant, right? Would it be the defendant? We're gonna go in circles if we keep trying to question. We could go in circles if we end up continuing to question Dahlia. So the only other person that could potentially give us some kind of lead would be the only other person that was there, right? The one person who can testify to that demon woman's crimes. I mean, let's try it, right? Could it be Falls? Take that! Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness. A new witness? Yes. We would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls. The defendant? There's only one person that can shed any further light on the situation. Only one person that knows about Dahlia. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was in fact her younger sister Dahlia, disguised as her. There's only one person who can solve this riddle once and for all. And that person is Terry Falls. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this? Why not? The prosecution has no objections. Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand.
last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left. And before we continue, I'm gonna take one more break, which hopefully might get us through the rest of this. So I will see you in just a minute, okay? BRB. Sorry about that. Took an extra one. Thank you so much for waiting. All right. Shall we see where this goes? I know, I was hiding. All right, let's do this thing. Thank you so much for waiting, by the way. Okay, let's. I guess we're gonna call Terry Falls, our client, to the stand. You're all I have left. Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes?
I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me.
Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive. And you were used for $2 million.
That's not true.
Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne, or was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
Dahlia. Did you betray me? 5 years ago, she promised never ever betray each other.
Terry.
Dahlia! It's true. You are alive.
You don't trust me anymore. That makes me sad.
Tell the truth. The real truth. I believed in you.
I shouldn't need to say it. You already know. But there is one thing I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry.
Dahlia.
I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and once only. Well then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Witness. Gah! Wait, whoa. Okay, sorry, let me try that again. Witness. Gah! I'm sorry, I apologize.
Water. Please, water. I can't talk. Need water.
Ha! Oh well, guess it'll have to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitter than hell itself.
What the fuck was that? Who Terry Falls saw.
That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of the bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge. I watched my car from the bridge. I never put nobody in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked. Then she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia.
Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would do the same for you?
Oh, that's enough, Ms. Fay. His last statement was a fitting way to end the trial testimony. Excuse me. His final statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Ms. Fay, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Is this how you want to end it, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict? To go along with your death sentence?
There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten. I think. Who Terry Falls saw. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of the bridge.
According to the note, the meeting was supposed to take place at 4:30. You certainly arrived early, didn't you?
It was raining. Already dark, too.
You waited on the bridge for 30 minutes? Mr. Falls.
Eagle Mountain. That spot. Strong memories.
Huh. Why did he just clam up? Is he hiding something here?
She wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge.
You were quite early. So you waited on the bridge, correct?
Yeah. I like waiting. I'm used to it. I'm sure he is. Zebra Boy waited 5 years to ask a single question. To find out why a woman betrayed him. To him, 30 minutes must have been like a blink of the eye. I watched my car from the bridge. I never put nobody in that car.
You were watching the car.
That bridge. Other side is broken. No one can come from there. So, I was watching the car. What else were you expecting him to do?
I suppose that's the obvious thing to do, but something's bothering me. I'm getting that feeling. A contradiction. I wonder what's on the other side of that broken bridge anyway.
No one lives there. There's a small shrine up on the mountain, but that's it. Anyway, nobody came. No car, nothing. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, then she left.
Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. I'm just reading. I'm not actually pressing. I should be pressing.
Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me.
Mr. Falls, think carefully now. Are you certain that it was Valerie Hawthorne?
I never lie. It's the truth. It was Valerie. I remembered her face.
Wait a minute. If you remembered her face, then why did you make her wear a scarf as identification?
Yeah, sorry. I told a little lie. But the woman I met, she was different from woman standing here now. She was different. It was Valerie. We talked and then she left.
What did you talk to her about anyway? Mr. Falls,
Valerie told the truth about the kidnapping 5 years ago. She said someone needed to take the blame for it. That was all I could think to do. She said that. That's why she lied. Got me the death penalty. And were you satisfied with that answer, witness? Dahlia died. It was my fault. But I don't really remember. Maybe I did. Maybe I did push her in. It don't matter no more. Either way, my Dahlia, my sweet teen angel, dead.
but you just saw that she isn't dead.
After Valerie talked to me on bridge, nothing left to live for. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia.
How can you be so sure? It was raining at the time, and sunset that day was 5 o'clock. Sunset that day was at 5 o'clock. It would have already been pretty dark on that mountain at 4:30. Please, Mr. Falls, this is your last chance. You've already taken the fall for something once that you didn't do.
That woman, it wasn't Dahlia.
Stop right there. What more needs to be said? Even if it means the death penalty? Even if it means taking the blame for murder? You'll still do whatever's necessary to protect her, won't you, Mr. Falls?
I know it's obvious, but he's clearly lying. He's been cursed by Dahlia Hawthorne. He'll probably go to his grave still believing her.
Mr. Falls,
Even if you can show he's lying, the poor guy will still be cursed. You'll still have to point out the contradiction anyway. That's the curse of being a defense lawyer, I guess.
all right, what is the contradiction? She wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge. I watched my car from the bridge. I never put anybody in that car. Let's save. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, then she left. If he watched the car from the bridge, she wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge. Is this gonna work? Here's the thing. If he's on the bridge, I don't know what this changes. But if he's on the bridge and he waits for someone to come, then that puts him on the interior of the bridge. So if she shows up, she would be on the left side, not the right side. How do we square that with the fact that there's a photo taken with him on the left side? It's gotta be there, right? It's gotta be that. Objection! So when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived? So you waited on the bridge. You're sure of that?
Yeah. I'm sure.
You're sure, huh? Well, then I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying.
Oh? I would love to hear your
Excuse me.
Oh. I would love to hear your rationale on this, Mrs. Fay.
Mrs.? One more time.
Oh. I would love to hear your rationale on this, Ms. Fay.
You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right?
But that's the victim at the end of the bridge.
Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth.
I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go. A special place.
Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge?
Yeah. It's an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love.
A memento?
5 years ago, I hid it under the base of the tree there. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get.
We know what that is. We know what that is. We know what that is. This was the bottle. I can't say it. I can't say it. We'll talk about it later.
This is what I went to get.
This little bottle on a necklace is your memento? It's quite charming, but it looks empty. Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock. But he then left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car.
No!
Let me try that again. That was such a weird growl.
No!
That's better. Indeed. There certainly was enough time for it. I've still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Huh? Mr. Falls?
That's enough. Please.
Witness?
I promised her 5 years ago. If it ever happens that we can't trust each other no more, then we're supposed to drink bottle No! Stop the trial! Your Honor, we need a recess! I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this.
No, we are so close. Just a little more. I was gonna prove your innocence.
Don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia again.
Mr. Falls.
Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee.
Mr. Falls!
And so my first trial ended. Suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners, only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul, I thought it'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. But one person, the true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne. She left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable. That witch. Mr. Armando? We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You were just a little too soft, kitten.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Don't cry, kitten. You're only gonna make my coffee all salty.
I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut out for this!
Mia? Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Mr. Armando.
No matter how tough the case, I'm hoping this is Phoenix. No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them. One year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case. Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was guilty. Of course. Actually, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect, angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all of this. Oh man. The end. What'd you think, guys? Yo. What a wild case, right? And the themes it deals with. Like this woman playing the victim and like playing on people's assumptions about her to manipulate everyone around her. This innocent person sentenced for something he didn't commit. Poisoned on the stand and dying in the middle of court. Edgeworth's first case, which by the way, remember, all the way back to the first game, we've been hearing these rumors about how Edgeworth came onto the scene in like an insane fashion. And that ever since then, there have been whisperings about him, about how he manipulates cases and cheats his way to victory. And it all started here, where like, admittedly, he was already slimy because he was being trained by Von Karma. But like, what a fucking first case to come in on. And in addition to all the slimy stuff he was just starting to put into practice, to then have the defendant die on the stand and have people think that maybe you had something to do with it. I'm sorry, I've been missing so many comments because I was so fucking dialed in for the end here. Let's just take a look here. God, she's such a manipulator. Not gonna lie, having a voice actor playing this game adds another dimension to things. Interrupting, thank you so much. I did my best. I hope I did it justice. I knew what was coming, so I tried really hard to like telegraph it, but not telegraph it. You know, like start to drop the little seeds there. And I feel like Zuffins picked up on it, right? Like even before everything started, wasn't like Zuffins, you were like, is this man okay? Like people were picking up like something was going wrong with this guy. And it was hard to put your finger on it immediately. I thought he might have been poisoned. I thought he might have been poisoned by her somehow. But to think that he committed suicide, that he took his life because of a promise he made to her that like she doesn't care about. He just threw everything away. He thinks he's honoring some promise to her. And remember, so I almost said something. So that's the bottle. That's the bottle that was given. We have to put together some pieces right now. It was really interesting because we knew Dahlia wouldn't be found guilty because she'd be in another trial. But we also knew that she is guilty because she's a fucking murdering bitch.
and then waiting to figure out how that happens. It's kind of it's such an interesting storytelling mechanic. I feel like it can go so wrong. I feel like this did it pretty well. It's such an interesting storytelling mechanic where you know how it's going to end, and the journey is about like, how do we get there? Like, what actually ends up bringing us there? So putting together a few pieces from the original trial. The original trial. So Phoenix Wright is dating Dahlia, right? And Phoenix is wearing this vial of poison that we don't know. I'm trying to remember, how was Phoenix's friend killed? Was the friend actually poisoned, or was the friend electrocuted? The friend was electrocuted, right? The cable went down and she used it to kill him or something? Or was it a medication thing? I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember how it actually happened. She planned to use the poison to kill Phoenix, but then saw an opportunity. Right. Right. Phoenix's friend tried to tell him that there was a problem with Dahlia. They got into a fight. Phoenix knocked him out. And then she basically killed him while he was knocked out, right? And we thought initially, like, oh, it was the poison in the vial. Or maybe she poisoned the medication and everything just kept coming up empty. But she more or less used this as an excuse to silence somebody. Or maybe she did poison him? Oh. No, the medicine was poisoned. She'd given it to him because he was sick, hoping he would take it. He hadn't taken it yet. And then he had the confrontation and knocked out the friend. And while the friend was knocked out, she used the poison medication to, like, silence him, I think. Oh man, it's been so many weeks. Or maybe he was electrocuted. Was he electrocuted, but she planted the poison on him? Either way. All right, sorry, we're getting away from my point. So I'm like fixating on this. So I'm getting away from my point. So it was this case. They lose this case. She exits the courtroom. She bumps into Phoenix. She needs to get rid of the bottle because the bottle was a key piece of evidence in that case. And she gives it to Phoenix as a gift and, like, fake professes her feelings for him. And he wears it and thinks that, like, they're dating now. And the problem is, she then continues to try to get it back from him because she needs to dispose of it. She only needed to make sure that the poison wasn't found on her. Because apparently she had it on her. Like, I don't think... The confusing part is he brings up the necklace, but, like, he clearly didn't have it on him. Or maybe he did. Did they each have a bottle? All I know is that she tries to escape with it so it can't be, like, tested and pinned on her. So she manages to get her hands on the necklace with the poison. She leaves the courtroom, deposits it on Phoenix by, like, professing love to him, starts dating him, mostly as a means to get the necklace back once she's out of the courtroom to dispose of it, but he won't give it back to her. So she starts planning to kill him. And that's how he ends up on trial and how she finally gets caught. But like that literally starts right now as this case ends and she's found not guilty in this case. Like we literally go right into the backstory of the original one. I know, it's such a confounding, confusing sequence of events. It's kind of wild, honestly. And also interesting is Gatto's thing at the end. Like, Gatto is serious at the end. He's been kind of like, you know, swaggering it up the entire time. But when Mia loses, did you notice when Mia loses, Gatto's like, no, that's not okay. Like, this is not okay. This is not over. Fucking shatters the cup and makes himself bleed. Like, all of that swagger, but probably because he, like, deep down thought that they could win this. And when they couldn't, he was pissed. All the doctors in the house. Ferocious case. What a case. Is anybody in this series having a good time? Can we please murder Dahlia? I mean, she's probably already got the death sentence after her second case, but can we still kill her again? I hope she's been taken out of the picture forever. Just a fucking wild time of a case. It was really interesting. Yeah, we read that one. Yeah, aim the dark urge at her. So yeah, so that's it. I hope you had fun today. I hope this was fun for you. I hope that I did the story justice and that I did the character voices justice. I really, really liked this. I completely forgot how good a case that was. Because, you're not going to believe this, the next case is ludicrous. Like, the next case is nuts. Absolutely nuts. So I think that it's such a good case. It's such a good case. I forgot how good a case this was. So I'm really glad we got to experience it again together. So how did he get all the stuff? I mean, we'll just have to find out. So yeah, thank you for spending your Friday with me. Thank you for letting me put on this little show for you. Thank you for letting me tell this story. I hope I did the characters justice. I hope I did the story justice. I hope you had fun. I can't wait to get back in here with you next Friday. You know that I love this. This is exhausting. It's the hardest stream I do all week, but it is also the most fun I have all week. So it means a lot that you let me do this. And that's where we're going to end it. We're going to pick up again tomorrow. We'll probably do something. We'll do something. I know we need to finish Baldur's Gate, but I'm on this Terraria binge, so we might just do like a little chill Terraria stream tomorrow night. We are off on Sunday as usual, and then we will be back on Monday for something. Actually, I forgot. Misfits, I forgot. I have an Apex tournament tomorrow. So actually, we're starting a little early tomorrow. I'm playing Apex Legends in a tournament with Nia Mocha and 2 other people. It's a little like silly quads tournament. It's low pressure. So we'll probably be getting started around 2 p.m. tomorrow. 1:30, maybe 2 p.m. I'll be going live. And the tournament will start around 3 p.m. And then we'll see what happens from there. I don't know how long it's going to be. If it's like a 6-hour thing, that'll be tomorrow. If it ends up, being a faster thing, then maybe we'll do some Terraria at night. But at the bare minimum, we'll do the tournament tomorrow. We'll play Apex tomorrow, and then we'll be back on Monday. Okay. So early start tomorrow, 2 p.m.-ish Pacific time. I will post on Twitter. I will post on Discord when I go live. As usual, if you're brand new here, if you've never been to the channel before, if you came in with someone else's raid, if you found me in the directory and you had fun, come back, throw me a follow. If you don't follow me right now, follow me right heckin' meow. And we would love to have you back for more. Feel free to join the Discord. We have a really active, awesome Discord. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. I cry there occasionally. And we're not going to raid Niamoka because Niamoka needs to sleep as early as I do and will probably fuck up. So let's go say hi to meow meow meow. Let's go say hi to let's go say hi to Hachi, shall we? Hachi is playing Valorant. It's going to be a little bit of a tone shift, but she's sweet. She's wonderful. She's an awesome friend. She is a dog Torchan, and she is going to take very, very, very good care of you. So let's go say hi to her. Misfits, do me one favor when you get there, all right? Emotes in the chat. Whatever you've got access to, spam the hell out of them. If you've got hearts, if you've got raids, type out one of each, copy and paste it till you run out of space. Fill that chat as many times as you possibly can. It would mean the world to me that you do that, all right? Just spam it out, whatever it lets you do. If you're one of my subbies, pick whatever makes you happy. Pick the animated ones if you want. You could do that too. Okay? Can you do that for me? Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Have a wonderful rest of your night. It's kind of funny that every time I do that, it spams them all over the screen. Whatever you've got access to. And otherwise, I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night. Stay hydrated. Be kind to yourself. Go eat something delicious. And I will see you maybe tomorrow afternoon. All right, kiddos. Mwah. Love y'all. Take care. Have a wonderful night.